Well, that background music that was supposed to loop continuously while I was getting stuff done in the background didn't help. Hello, everyone. GoldenNova here. So good to have you here on this fantastic Friday. We've got some customs we'll be covering today. Some custom coverage, if you will. And then I'm going to try something new. I'm going to record a video live and then we're going to chop it up. It was about a couple of weeks ago that one of the mods, Captain Blitz, gave me the idea of revisiting an old video, like old. There was a best cards you can make using Muddy Mud Dragon, and it was very fun to make. And we haven't had a card, or I haven't revisited that since. So he got the idea in my head to do greater polymerization, but the script for it, like I was writing it the same way I did the previous one, and it didn't hit the same way. So instead, we're just gonna do it live. I've got a tier list all built up, all that good stuff. Hello, happy for it. I've had a scab that I've been nursing for a while, and I would rather it not be shown off in public. I'm trying to use bandages to keep that thing nice and away from my fingertips. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fidgeter. All right, so that's our game plan for today. Customs and Umi explain Nova here, though. But what can I say? I'm a busy guy. Busy dude. All right. Let's go ahead. That's for our second person today. We got to get set up for the first one. That is Borger with a shotgun. With, looks like Time C. The Time C cards. Let's go ahead and head on over to the comms station. And we'll go ahead and get things started. Hey, Borger, how's it going?
Hello, quite good. Well, I have a little bit of a cold, so
Oh, that
excuse
sucks.
the
I'm sorry.
sniffling, perhaps, but well.
All right. Well, I'll make sure not to keep you so as to give you some time to recover from that cold. I'm
Yes, don't bother.
very well. I will do the opposite and make sure you have plenty of time while
We
I.
can indeed talk as slow as we can, but that could possibly be too slow to not
Okay, I guess we'll
go over the time.
work in the center then. Whatever. All right,
Yes.
so I'm seeing some nautical nonsense going on here. What's the archetype you brought for us today, Borger?
This is an archetype that plays around with a new card zone, so to say, the banishment zone. And as such, no cards can have effects from banishment. So, yeah, I sort of played around with that and uh, with what this can mean and such stuff. Yes.
Sounds good. Well, I'll go ahead and get this timer started, and we will begin with Time Sea Serpent, a level 5 water sea serpent monster with 2300 attack and 1800 defense. Once per turn, you can banish this card from your hand or field. If this card is special summoned from banishment, reduces level by 1. And if this card is in the banishment and your opponent activates a card effect that can banish a card, as a quick effect, you can change that effect to your opponent can special summon one Time Sea Serpent from banishment.
So this can summon itself from banishment by disrupting your opponent.
Okay, so you just once you have it on board, you just banish it for right now no value. But then while it's
Yes, no
banished,
value.
if your opponent activates something like I don't know, Albion the Branded Dragon to banish material, instead you're like, you're instead gonna bring back my serpent.
Yes.
Okay, that's kind of nifty. I can dig that. Alright, next is Time Sea Kraken, a level 4 Water Sea Serpent monster with 1800 attack and 1000 defense. This card's name becomes Time Sea Serpent in Banishment. Okay, that ties in with the first effect. Once per turn, when this monster is normal or special summoned from the banishment by an opponent's card effect, you can banish a card you control or from your hand, and if you do, draw a card.
So this sets up your banishment zone. And then, yeah, it draws you a card as well, which is always nice.
Always nice.
Yeah, and this way you can, you disrupted an effect, you summoned a monster, and you set up your banishment and do a card.
Yeah, it just sounds like you got the whole package.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's cool, and it now makes Time Sea Serpent feel a lot better because it feels like you want to get it into the banishment, but then have its effect summon other monsters so it can stay up there, keep disrupting your opponent.
Yes.
So I'm all right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Time Sea Flood, a continuous trap card. When you activate this card, you can banish a Time Sea card from your deck or extra deck, and if you do, special summon a Time Sea monster from banishment or from your extra deck with a different name. If you control a Time Thief or Time Sea monster, each time a card is banished or leaves the banishment, inflict 200 damage to your opponent. Okay. Alright, this wouldn't happen to be related to the Time Thieves, would they?
A little bit, because, well, there are a total of 3 archetypes that deal with time, which are Time Thief, Time Lord, and in this case, this archetype. Well, and also Time Wizard, but that's 2 cards or something like that. And that is also why Time Sea Serpent loses a level if it's summoned by an opponent's card effect. Because now it's level 4.
Ah, okay. Now, is the Time Thief here supposed to be 2 different words so that it's like an actual Time Thief card? Or is there going to be a Time Thief archetype introduced at some point?
I don't have one yet planned, but I sort of had the idea that this is like the time thieves are disrupting time to their things. And as such, at some point it could spill over. Or they could um you know attract the attention of beings that live there, which are the time sea monsters.
Okay. But just to
Because
clarify.
most of the time are like, okay, this is. Am I still hearable? I
Oh,
hope
yeah.
so. Good. Because I just saw that the stream was buffering. Most of them are like stealing a moment in time, like I'm taking the top of your extra deck and such stuff. And these are like, yeah, this is now banished, and later on there is a time change.
Alrighty. But just to clarify, when Time Sea Flood says Time Thief, that effect is not meant to work with the actual Time Thief cards we already have, right?
It is.
Oh, okay, so this is referencing those Time Thieves.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. So next up we have Time Sea Leviathan, a level 8 Water Sea Serpent Fusion monster with 2800 attack and 2300 defense, requiring a Time Sea Serpent and 1 or more Time monsters as material. This card's name becomes Time Sea Serpent while in the banishment. You can also special summon this card from your extra deck or banishment by shuffling 3 Time Sea cards with different names from your field or graveyard into the deck. If this card is special summoned in defense position, negate the effects of a monster your opponent controls, then banish it and gain life points equal to its attack or defense, whichever is higher. If this card is special summoned by your opponent's card effect, Target as many time monsters in your graveyard in banishment, shuffle them into the deck, and draw that many cards. If this card leaves the field, you can banish it instead. You can only use each effect of this card once per turn. Ooh, this seems like a nasty effect. Holy cow.
Yeah, this is a big boss monster, basically a grown-up time sea serpent, which has a different way to summon itself. And as you can see, its name becomes Time Sea Serpent in the via in banishment. So if you banish it with Time Sea Flood, it is no Time Sea Serpent and can be special summoned.
Um,
Unless
I
I'm mistaken.
So when it comes to like extra deck monsters, they have to be properly summoned out of the extra deck first before you can
Ah,
use
yeah.
alternate summoning methods. Now, what I think is interesting about this one is that when it comes to its alt summoning condition, it can be summoned from the extra deck or banished by shuffling 3 Time Sea cards. Because this part says it can be summoned from the banishment properly, you could Time Sea flood it out and then use its own
Yeah.
summoning method to still summon itself. That would be good. It would
Uh,
have to be properly summoned. Once you did that and then it banished itself, then you could bring it back with Serpent's actual effect. But beforehand, you wouldn't be able to use Serpent to bring this out.
So yeah, you could play Time Sea Flood, banish Leviathan, summon out Kraken, and so on.
Yeah. So it definitely can be done eventually. And when it does
Yeah.
happen, it's gonna get nasty.
Yes.
Because yeah, draw a million cards, negate a monster when summoned in defense position, and then like it just says if it leaves the field, you can banish it. So like you could
Yeah.
like link this off, you could sync with it. Xyz summoning might be off the table a bit, but this is a pretty solid repeatable boss monster. This could get out of hand.
Yep.
And speaking of linking things off, Time Sea Ocean, a Link 1 Water Aqua monster with 0 attack, requiring a Time Sea monster summoned from the banishment or the extra deck. Zones this card points to cannot be used, and cards in them cannot attack or activate their effects. During the standby phase, the controller of a monster this card points to takes damage equal to its attack or defense, whichever is higher, of a monster in that zone. At the end of the standby phase, flip a coin. If heads, this card's link arrows turns one position clockwise, otherwise, it turns one position counterclockwise. Borger, what are you cooking?
Well, this started out as something called Time Sea Paradox, but I also wanted to sort of represent what happens when the Time Sea ocean uh, floods over into reality and just wreaks havoc with whatever is going on there. Uh, attacks just go out. The monster inside there panics and stuff, and well, and you cannot properly control it, so the tides can turn the one way and then turns one way again and again, or the other way. So the tides there are just havoc and also do not go back and forth, but somehow left and right and back and forth and up and down.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is an eldritch dimension.
I
So we have to know.
I love it. I love it so much. This is so cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, that's pretty nifty. I do like that idea where it just like it's an uncontrollable force, and if you get caught up in it, bad vibes are happening. But
Of course, unless you can somehow manipulate luck.
oh,
Well, it says flip a coin. And unless I'm mistaken, there are a few cards that let you reflip.
that's true. I do believe second coin flip is around for just such an occasion.
And what would be more appropriate than a gambler manipulating time.
I don't know. It seems like a pretty important thing for them to be in control of. So,
After all, Joey went both gambling and time wizard.
you know what? It fits. It just fits. Alrighty, well, this is a fantastic series of cards. I've loved reading each one of these. Is there any kind of other synergy that we haven't had a chance to look at
I
up till now?
haven't seen one really because this was, you know, school started and I couldn't think as much about these as I usually could.
That's fair. Well,
So
if
yeah,
oh no, go ahead.
we're good.
Okay, then yeah. Unless there's anything else, I'll go ahead and get that Nova scale started.
You think you can?
Okay, so novelty. So we have some cards in the fish, aqua, and sea serpent sphere that enjoy having their cards banished. So this really leans into that, but because that's not like a archetype, really, I wouldn't call it like, oh, it's drawing from an actually established archetype. It's a series of cards that have kind of this effect that phase them in and out of existence. And I think the way we're handling it here is pretty interesting. We have monsters that have replacement effects specifically for banishing that draws creatures from the deep back onto the board. We have a Link monster whose Link arrow spins around as the game continues. And it also
Really
inexplicably
uncontrollably.
ties in Time Thieves. Because why not? So, heck, it ties in Time Lords because, like you had on the material, it also takes time of monsters. So, I I have a hard time not giving it a 5 in novelty. These cards are ridiculous.
Yeah, and there's a new mechanic. Let's use it.
Yeah, why not? Objectivity. So, what is the power level of these cards? Is our problem-solving card text up to date? So as far as card text goes, I know that we'll need to put a space between Time and Thief for using the Time Thief cards on this. But
Yeah, right.
the replacement effect on Time Sea Serpent, I believe, works as intended. Time Sea Kraken also should work as intended. Time Sea Leviathan might get a little confusing for players not necessarily up to date on how the mechanics work, but the way
Like
it's
me.
actually worded, it should be fine.
Yeah.
So I think we got a 4 in objectivity. I think the power level here is also good, but Time Thief Leviathan's draw effect does require a bit of setup to make it work. And the negation effect is just a pretty cool addition on there, but I wouldn't call it busted. So I think 4 in objectivity is just fine.
I mean, yeah, it negates and then it immediately banishes it.
Yeah, negate, so it doesn't get to have any of its protection effects, and then goodbye.
Yeah,
Be gone.
yeah, it's like it's in an instant. It's gone. It cannot react.
Just sucked up by the undertow. All right, versatility. So, like I mentioned earlier, there are cards that care about sea serpents, fish, and aquas being banished. So, we actually have a lot of cards we can lean into. I think there was the card that came out when Goaties showed up that lets you banish one of those 3 types to draw 2 cards. That
Oh,
seems.
Goatee. I just realized Goatee banishes a lot, which each time means 200 damage, 200 damage, 200 damage, 200
Boop, boop,
damage.
boop, 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 boop. But yeah, so this pairs well with Goaty. It's also a water archetype. It's not fish, but it does love banishing.
Yep.
If you have Goaty from the Deep Beyond hit board during your opponent's turn, you're not going to be upset if your stuff gets sent to the banishment. So we have synergy with that as well as any water deck. I'm not sure if the Sea Serpent Atlanteans do anything here, but I think there's enough support here to warrant a 2 in versatility. There's a whole other section of cards that work with these, and they'd be glad to have these around. And awesomeness. Look, you have a Link monster whose arrow spins around via coin tosses. I don't know what to tell you. That's such a fun idea that I can't help but smile when I look at it. So I gotta give it a 5 in awesomeness. I love that.
Also, it can hurt you, but in that case, just think it away or something.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not gonna do too much to you. You'll be fine. Heck,
Yep.
this is a Time Sea monster summoned from the extra deck, so you can just link it off for another Time Sea Ocean and reset the arrow.
Yep.
So that puts all of this together. The Time Seas get a 16 on the Nova scale. Excellent work.
Thank you.
No problem.
Then I guess I'm gonna leave.
Well, I mean, that's generally how it works, but, if you have anything
Yeah.
else that you want to say before heading out, feel free.
I don't think so.
All right, well, then thank you so much. And I can't wait to see
Bye.
what your next. Oh?
Bye. I said bye.
Oh,
So
bye. All right, take care. Bye.
bye.
Wing tortoise moment. True. The fry types once again rear their distended heads. When are we gonna get an archetype that has goblin sharks in it? Now those are some goofy little sharks that need some representation. Okay, that is everything on this end. Now we have Ramen's cards. Bu- 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 bu. These are some kicking looking cards. Opponent adds for some of this card from hand, banish ones that field for someone. So are these just regular Puppet Queen and Puppet King, but they have always treated as chess cards? It looks like it, but maybe they can clue us in once we're there. So, how's it going, everyone? How you doing? How you holding up? Let me fix some stuff up. A different tab. I think YouTube got mad at me for something. Boom. No. There we go. For some reason, the system decided to kick out the thumbnail I wanted to have for the Umi video and decided, nope, you don't need to have that. And that makes me upset. At work lurking. Hey, glad to have you here while you're on the clock. Okay. I'm gonna tag Ramen really quickly, see if we can get their attention. Oh no, they're already being pinged. Next time I'll handle the pinging, Borger. Don't worry about it. Well, I don't want to get started on the next section until we've gotten uh until we've gotten this all wrapped up. I don't want to have to like stop part way through the greater polymerization one because I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna take a while. If you haven't checked it out, little preview. There are 74 valid targets for greater polymerization, so we're gonna be here for just a bit, just a smidgen of time. Let's let's open up some Master Duel. Let's go ahead and check out that. I never knew that's a lot. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of monsters that require 3 or more material. And we're gonna see which ones are the best ones. Let's check out the GOAT format a little bit. Let's go check out what's going on in GOAT format for a bit. Let's see what's happening there, and then hopefully they'll get the message and they'll head on over. Desktop. All right. Hey, Kudon, how's it going? I'm not crafting anything for this event. I just want my free pack. Let's play some gadgets. Dual trial. Sick. I should have probably picked a bit more GOAT format appropriate accessories, but who's checking, right? Oh, it's being decided for us, actually, so it doesn't matter. Yo! Yellow gadget! And we get to draw during our first turn. Can you believe we get to... Oh! It's the Ritual Festival music! Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, we're maximum gaming. All right, Dean. You got Snatch Deal? No! Yeah, sure. You can have my goofy little guy. Oh, no, I should have... No, they're gonna tribute it! No, that's bad, actually! No! I messed up! I should have just tornadoed! Unaffected by spell effects. Oh, poop! Oh, no! No! But they figured out how to actually change the rules of the game. They have always had the capacity to do this. They just refuse to do it. And it makes me upset. They could have always done formats like this. And they refuse to let them be like regular, choosable things. A set of cards? No thank you. Trying to negate my trap cards? Get out of here. Solemn Judgment. Alright. It's time for Injection Fairy Lily! Ha ha ha! Woo! Damage calc. Pay 2. Gain 3. Get out of here, you bumble bastard. Alright, Solemn Judgment. There you go. Have fun. Hey, Drader, how's it going? Okay, I still have one more activation of Injection Fairy Lily. That's regular Horus. We have to let that go. Okay, control the space up card cannot switch. Okay. Another Solemn Judgment. We're so gaming. We are so gaming right now. Summon Green Gadget. Optional effect. Get Red Gadget. Battle. Get this bird out of here. Boom! Oh, if we have a mechanical chaser. Oh no, we're looking at the wrong life form. Never mind, we're good. Main 2. Set. Boom. His ultimate offering in Master Duel. I don't think I saw it in the rental deck, so I actually have no clue. Horus's Servant. Now, why in the flim flam are you normal summoning that? Metamorphosis! Wrong. You will not be getting Thousand Eyes Restrict. Incorrect. Da, ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. This is the most GOAT format game ever. Horse one of the Gold Star cards, or to give us access to ways to alter the rules, probably because they would pray that we do not alter them any further. Very Darth Vader coded energy. Metamorphosis has never been used for anything good. Not at all. If I see a level 1 monster on board and they activate Metamorphosis, I know that they are going to they are going to be goofy goofers. Alright. Okay, that's 1. Let's go for 2. Let's go for 2. JMU. Alright, we're going second. We're cooked. Neo Bubble Man? Neo Bubble Man evades taxes, so yeah, nothing good. And not in a cool base play, but a bad way. Oh, this is a terrible going second hand. This sucks. This is the best going first hand ever. I like how the EMZs are like specifically blocked off. Like, no, you will not summon here. It is against the rules. This makes me so mad, though. We could always be doing stuff like this, and they refuse to let us do it. What are you making with the Hex Sealed Fusion? You can substitute this for any one, but the other, you contribute this card on the field, including this face-up card. Okay, it only does face-up cards in the field. Oh, they're doing Fusion Gate. Oh, they're doing some Fusion Gate nonsense. They have 7 cards in there extra. That sounds like it's a rental deck. Or if not a rental deck, then they're just from the hand. Wait, Summon Skull and Makiori. That's like that's Black Skull Dragon. Holy spit! They're gonna be so mad at me. They're gonna be so mad. Yo, Green Gadget Gaming. Takahata, Doom, this one's for you. Smashing Ground. Get that Black Skull Dragon out of here. And now, the Gadget Gaming begins. Activate the gadget. Pew, 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 pew. Red Gadget. Battle Phase. Destroy this worthless rock monster. Goodbye. Main 2. Set. 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 Link monsters, those don't exist in 2004. Yo, Takahata mentioned. Yeah, famously, as we all know, Takahata 101 absolutely destroys Mr. Doom with Smashing Ground. That's part of our heritage now. End phase. Perfect. Perfect. Dust Tornado. Oh my god. This game is so ours. We can't lose. We can't lose. Actually, we had the perfect going second hand. We just didn't know it at the time. Wait, does that mean they also potentially run Meteor Black Dragon? Could be. If they were cool. Can I confirm my opponent's deck? JMU. Confirm opponent's deck. They are on Meteor Black Dragon. They have that MBD. My opponent was literally just playing Forbidden Memories. Alright. Can we get that delicious pack? Can we get the juicy... Oh, they have... Oh my god, they're a true GOAT format fan. They have the GOAT make. We're so cooked. We're unbelievably destroyed. Oh my... And we're going second. Jesus Christ. Alright. Unfortunate hand oopsie. Okay. Main one. Arsenal bug. They're on oh my god, this is okay, come on, draw. Terrible. Alright, boom. We're playing into the heavy storm something fierce, but I don't have any other choice right now. I guess I have multiple choices. I can play other cards. Okay. Jirai Gumo. Sakuretsu armor on the Arsenal bug. Skill drain. No! Incorrect. You will pay for your Jirai Gumo attack. Set a trap? Yeah, we'll set this one. Incorrect. Okay, what are they calling? Oh, we'll just do this. We'll just bring destruction. Dang, I was kind of hoping to do it afterwards. Oh well. Okay, so it didn't matter. They were not going to lose that anyway. Okay, one set card. Let's get that out of here. No, thank you. Alright, can we get one gadget? Please, can we get one gadget? Please, can we get one gadget? Gadgets! Let's go. Let's go, dude. Folks, it's time for gadget gaming. Truly, we are the gadget onslaught. Take 1,400 to the face. Now this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright. They've used their Arsenal bug. They've used their Jirai Gumo. They've used 2 of their skill drains. A second Jirai Gumo! Alright. Heads or tails? Heads? Heads? Heads always shreds, I guess. I'm taking 800. Ouch. 100 defense. That makes it very helpful. That makes it very big smashing round. Okay, smashing round. Go to hell. Red gadget. Yellow gadget. Battle phase. The infinite storm of gadgets cannot be stopped. Set torrential. This deck is so good. All right. What's next? What's next, buddy? What's next? Fusular. Even then, they still have too much attack power. We have to torrential tribute it. It's still too big! Oh, they're on that skill drain gaming. Oh, this is unfortunate. We have to draw. Breaker the Magical Warrior is not my favorite in this junction. But we can still go Yellow Gadget, spin our deck out, and then we have Breaker for next turn if they try to pull some nonsense. This is with 900 life points. Alright. We're probably in a big bind here, though. If we draw Injection Fairy Lily, I think we just win no matter what. Berserk Gorilla! That's actually terrible. We can't even get over it with Breaker. We need a removal card. We need a removal card right now. Mechanical Chaser doesn't even help us here. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is unfortunate. Uh-oh. Folks. Folks, I think it's over. Oh, if they had failed even one of those Jirai Gumo flips, I think we would have won this game. They were just too good. Fusular Dragon again. Okay. Now, this is terrible because we can attack over the Fusular Dragon. Limiter removal. Limiter removal for game. Limiter removal for game. Mechanical Chaser. Battle. Attack. Activate limiter removal. My power is unlimited. You can't stop the gadgets. You just can't stop the gadgets. Be gone. Be gone. Whew. All right. We did it. Name of Champions pack for free. Oh, it's got the yellow border. Okay. Folks, I'm jonesing. I'm jonesing for the pack. I'm jonesing for the pack. Let's go. Okay. Floodgate. Bururu. Hikari. Oh! Extra Deep Sea Diva! Okay. Alright. Satellite Onukulai. Squeak Knight. Another Floodgate Trap Hole. We already have like 3 of you. Okay, well, we have some SR dust. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Well, that was a goofy little format. Why isn't this around all the time? We should always be able to play stuff like this. Let us make our rules for this stuff. I guess, like, Unlimited actually functions right now, but we can't change the actual rule set for the games. We're only 50 gems away. Are there other dailies we gotta do? Dual solo mode? That's only gonna be 40 though. It's not gonna be enough. So many players are on burn, it's sick. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, well, that's all in that event. But I don't see Ramen yet still. Let me go ahead and I'm just gonna DM them really quickly. Okay. I messaged him directly. What do you mean ranking every greater polyfusion monster? What I mean is I've got a tier list made up. I'm going to hit the record button, and we're going to record all the different monsters that you can make with greater polymerization. We're going to rank them up. New progression idea. You start with one master pack, and you can only draw one of your unlocked packs and so on. If you cannot, you have to restart from a master pack. This sounds like a masochist run. That sounds like a masochist run. Although I guess it's progression, so you're not going on ladder, so I suppose that it doesn't have that. Idea. You start with one master pack, only draw one of your packs. I need a bit more of a design document to understand how that's supposed to resolve itself. Alright, let's Hey Ramen, how's it going? Let me go ahead and exit out of Master Duel and we can get things set back up over here. Zabadaboo, zabadabi, zabadaba. Here we go. Boom. And we will webcam turn off the green screen. Alrighty, Rama, whenever you're ready, you should have the correct role. Oh, I guess I should go in guest comms. That's the appropriate one to be in for this one. But yeah, you should have the role. So whenever you're ready, swing on by and we can talk about your chess cards for chess. The Twitch streamer meta, as it were. Meantime, I'm gonna take a big old chunk of pizza.
What's up, Nova?
Hey, Ramen, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing spectacular. Except for the fact that I shoved a giant piece of pizza in my mouth right before we got started. So just 1 second, I'm gonna.
You're good.
All right, so it looks like we have some chess-related cards, and maybe we've done a little bit of retraining on some existing puppet cards. Can you tell us a little bit about what your inspiration was going into this?
They have chess on the artwork, so I assume they fit the theme.
Sick. Alrighty, then I'll go ahead and get us started. It looks like we're starting with promotion. So we activate this, one of the following effects. Add from your deck to your hand a monster that has chess written in its card text. Then if you control a level 3 or higher chess monster, you can special summon a level 4 or lower chess monster from your graveyard. And if you do, it gains 100 attack for each card in any graveyard until the end of the next turn. Or, if you control a level 5 or higher chess monster, special summon a puppet queen or puppet king from your hand or graveyard. You can only activate 1 promotion per turn. Okay, so just a solid starter card. As long as we have some setup, we can either, revive one of our level 4 or lowers. Yeah, revive the lowers,
Right.
or once we get our higher level ones, we can go all the way up to our big king and queen.
Yeah. And there's other cards that search the promotion as well.
Sick. All right, next is Puppet Queen, level 6 Earth monster with 2500 attack and defense. This card is always treated as a chess card. When your opponent adds a card from their main deck or among their face-up banished cards to their hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon this card from your hand. While this card in its owner's control is face-up on the field, your opponent cannot destroy other chess monsters you control with card effects. If this card is normally special summoned, you can special summon a level 7 or lower chess monster from your hand or graveyard. And if you special summon Puppet King by this effect, all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls have their effects negated. You can only use each effect of this card per turn, and you can only control 1 copy of this card. Well, that seems pretty powerful.
Right, and they kind of work in tandem, so... Because the Puppet Queen has it, so it can't be destroyed by card effects, and then Puppet King can't be targeted by card effects, so...
Speaking of which, the Puppet King is a level 7 Earth Warrior monster with 2800 attack and defense. This card is also always treated as a chess card. When your opponent adds a card from their main deck or graveyard to their hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon this card from your hand or grave, but if it's from the graveyard, banish it when it leaves the field. You can only special summon Puppet King once per turn this way. While this card in its owner's control is face up on the field, your opponent's monsters cannot target other chess monsters you control for attacks or by card effects, whose attack or defense are equal to or lower than this card's original attack and defense. Once per chain, when your opponent activates a monster effect, as a quick effect, you can destroy 1 card on the field. You can only use each effect of this card per turn, and you can only control 1 copy of this card. So, we summon out Queen. Queen gets King. This subsequently negates all of their effects. And then their monster effects might as well not mean anything, because if your attack power is 2900 or higher, you're probably also not targeting nowadays.
Right.
And then they get to pop cards. Now that's a dynamic duo if I've ever seen one. Alright, next up is the Lone King. A Link 2 Illusion Link monster with 2000 attack. requiring 2 illusion and or warrior monsters with different names, and this card is always treated as a chess card. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Thank you. So there's some people out there who don't respect that, so I'm glad that you have kept that in mind.
Thank you.
You can only use each of the following effects of this card once per turn. If this card is link summoned, you can add a chess monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, except the Lone King. During the main phase, as a quick effect, you can tribute an illusion monster, then activate one of the following effects. This card gains 1200 attack until the end of the turn, or destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of chess monsters you control. So, it's a searcher when you make it, and then it's got other utility effects once you have it on board.
All about kind of an attack game archetype, but also with the kind of versatile effect destruction.
I'm also noticing that last effect is not once per turn. Am I missing something? Oh, each of the following effects. It's in there, not at the end. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty solid monster, and because the materials are type-based, not archetype-based, we could find some room for some tech picks in there.
For sure.
All right. The Chess Matrix is a level, looks like 9?
Yeah, level 9.
Alright, level 9, Dark Illusion Fusion monster with 3200 attack and 2400 defense, requiring the Lone King and the Doomed Queen or an illusion monster as material. Must first be fusion summoned with the above fusion material. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. This card cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's monster effects. When your opponent activates a card or effect as a quick effect, you can negate that activation, and if you do, special summon a chess monster from your hand or grave, then you can destroy a card on the field. If this card in your possession leaves the field by your opponent's card, you can special summon a Puppet King or Puppet Queen from your hand, deck, or graveyard, and if you do, negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls that were not special summoned from the extra deck. You can only use each effect of this card once per turn.
This is like the quote-unquote boss monster of the deck, obviously.
And what a boss monster it is. Like what is it? It's got big attack stats. It's almost impervious to any kind of monster-based interaction. It has an Omni Negate that summons you a card, and then if it leaves the field, it summons you another card that also ruins your opponent's effects except extra deck summoned ones. Am I getting that right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. We're also looking at a monster with 2 specifically named materials, so you know, this can be teched into a lot of different decks. If you have just any illusion monster in Muddy Mud Dragon, here you go. Have a big 3200 monster that says nay to a bunch of your opponent's interaction. This is pretty powerful.
The opponent better know how to play chess facing this thing.
Oh yeah. Folks, if you can't en passant, you're not ready to go to a YCS, I'm just saying.
Right.
All right, we still have plenty of those are the 5. We still have plenty of time left, and I'm curious about what the Doomed Queen is all about. So let me go ahead and hunt her down. And we're going to check out her effects. The Doomed Queen is a level 5 Dark Illusion monster with 2200 attack and 1800 defense. This card is always treated as a chess card. I'm going to assume moving forward that, yeah, all these are...
They all treated as chess, yeah.
Okay. So, if this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. If you control no monsters, or all monsters you control are chess monsters, except copies of the Doomed Queen, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon the Doomed Queen once per turn this way. During the main phase, you can fusion summon the Chess Matrix from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. If you control the Lone King, you can also banish material from your graveyard as well. If a chess monster attacks or is attacked as a quick effect, you can target a card your opponent controls and send it to the graveyard. You can only use each effect of this card once per turn.
So as you'll see as you go on with the other pieces, they kind of have attributes that are based on what the actual piece would do in a game state. So.
And that's a good jumping off point for any chess related effects.
Right.
Okay, so this is basically the way that we get the Chess Matrix onto the board. Free summon, We can miracle fusion it just in case we have other copies of those monsters in our graveyard, so we can keep these ones around.
And as far as I remember, I think this is the only way you can actually fusion summon into the Chess Matrix. If I'm remembering my archetype well.
Alrighty. Okay, then now that we have the rest of these, is it okay if we go from left to right and just cover whichever ones we have time for, or is there a particular order that we want to handle here?
Sure, we can start with Pawn.
Alrighty. The Checkered Pawn is a level 1 Dark Illusion monster with 300 attack and defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add from your deck to your hand a spell or trap card that has chess written in its card text. When a chess monster you control battles an opponent's monster as a quick effect, you can activate this effect. Until the end of this turn, banish your opponent's monster that battled with that monster after damage calculation. You can only use the effect of Checkered Pawn once per turn. Alright, so I see that there are other spells and traps, but so far all I know is that we're getting promotion with this.
Right.
But we can't actually activate it while we just have Checkered Pawn. We need to have our higher levels on board to fulfill either of these requirements.
And most of them also special summon, so that fulfills that requirement.
Sick. And for those of you in chat, just so you know, I'm skipping over the regular illusion effect and the chess things, so we're all on the same page. It does have all that too.
Also, it's funny that the artwork for the Checkered Pawn is based on the Elden Ring. The character, forgot his name. I Will Solo Her. You know, from the
absolute legend.
Yeah.
I gotta look up more about that person. They must lead such an interesting life. All right. The Fallen Bishop, level 4 Dark Illusion monster with 1900 attack and 1500 defense. If this card I already said I'll skip that. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send a chess monster, except a copy of this card, from your deck to the graveyard. If this card attacks or is attacked, as a quick effect, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls that is adjacent to it, negate its effects as long as this card remains face-up on the field. Ooh. Little triangular.
So it's kind of the diagonal.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. The Broken Rook, level 2, Dark Illusion, 0 attack, 1800 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon a chess monster from your deck, except a copy of this card, but you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn you use this effect, except illusion and or warrior monsters. If this card attacks or is attacked as a quick effect, you can target a spell or trap card your opponent controls that is in this card's column and banish that target. So just smash that back row, just all the way across the board.
Pretty much.
And it also has the incredible support of summon this, get any of our other chess monsters.
Because I think the Rook is one of the more powerful pieces in chess.
Oh, for sure. It's like one half of what makes the Queen good.
Right.
Alright, the Lost Knight. Level 3 Illusion Dark Monster, 1400 attack, 1200 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a chess monster in your grave, except a copy of this card, and special summon it. If this card attacks or is attacked as a quick effect, you can target one card your opponent controls and return it to the hand.
Each facilitates their own role. Special summon from deck, special from graveyard, add something.
So that's a good core of cards to have. It helps keep your resources around where you need them to be.
Right.
And the return to hand, I assume it's supposed to be kind of like how the horse kind of like goes up and around things.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah.
Also, I can't prove
it's hard to word it as something that can just kill something around a target, you know.
Yeah, so we got to do a trickier version of removal. Alrighty.
We're going to be covering the other puppet cards that originally would search promotion, I guess. I don't really remember if they did, but...
Alrighty, well, in this version, we have Puppet Rook, a level 4 Earth Warrior monster with 1800 attack and 1200 defense. This card cannot be targeted by your opponent's card effects while you control Puppet King. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon from your hand a monster that has chess written in its text except a copy of this card. Your opponent must attack this card if able, and when this card attacks or is attacked, as a quick effect, you can target a level 5 or lower chess monster in your graveyard, send this card to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon it. Okay. So you get to swap your cards around after you get its initial effect off. I dig.
Right.
Puppet Pawn, level 3 Earth Warrior monster, 1200 attack, 800 defense. This card cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects while you control a Puppet Queen. This card can attack your opponent directly, but if it does so using this effect, its battle damage is halved. If a chess monster is normal or special summoned while this card is already face up on the field, you can add Promotion from your deck or grave to your hand. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard to add a chess monster, except a copy of this card, from your graveyard or banishment to your hand, and if you control a level 3 or higher chess monster, you can special summon it. You can only use each effect of this card once per turn. Alright, so there we go, more promotions. Just handing them out.
You get a promotion. You get a promotion.
Yeah! Alright, Puppet Pieces, quick play spell card. Target a monster your opponent controls. Send a monster from your deck to the graveyard that has chess written in its text, and if you do, negate that monster's effects until the end phase. Okay, fills up your graveyard. Gives you some effect negation. Not bad.
Mhm.
Celestial Puppet Strings, normal spell card. Send a card from your hand to the graveyard that has chess written in its text, except a copy of this card to draw 2 cards. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard to special summon a level 4 or lower chess monster from your hand. You can only use one effect of this card per turn and only once per turn. Okay, so yeah, it's our archetypal draw 2 that gets cards out of our hand, but not during the same turn. So it's not super fast, but it does help get us there eventually.
Right.
Okay. We've only got 2 cards left, and this is the last of the day. I'm curious. I'm checking the rest of these out.
Okay.
Puppet Pawn Repairs, normal trap card. When a chess monster you control is destroyed by a battle or card effect, special summon a chess monster from your deck or graveyard with a different name from the monsters you currently control. You can banish this card from your graveyard, and then target 3 cards with the chess written in its card text, except a copy of this card to shuffle them into the deck, then draw a card. Swell, way to keep our resources up. And it kind of replaces our card when it's destroyed. Not bad. And
It's repairing.
Yeah, I gotta put the pieces back together.
Yeah.
Alright, and last one, Puppet Box, counter trap card. When your opponent activates a spell or trap card or monster effect while you control a chess monster, special summon from your graveyard or extra deck. While you control a chess monster, special summon from the graveyard or extra deck. I got it. Negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. If the Lone King or the chess matrix is on your field at time of activation, you can also apply the following effect. Also, for the rest of the turn, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects they currently control, except during the battle phase. Whoa, that's rough.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're playing chess, baby. You gotta only activate effects during the battle phase. That's how they attack.
I've shifted the dimension. We are now in the chess zone. Alrighty. Well, that is a pretty swell core of cards. I like the construction of it. I like us retraining the existing puppet cards that were already chess related, allowing us to incorporate that, and then we added illusions in there to kind of give us some extra type flavor. So, I really dig. Is there anything else that we want to add in there before I move on to the Nova scale?
You've covered all the cards.
Alrighty. Well then, novelty. So, now, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like the puppet cards, the original ones, these are all basically the same as their original. They just have some extra flavor in there to work with the chess cards. Is that right?
That is correct. Because the first line of text for Puppet King has that same effect. Except, I think, from the graveyard, just from the main deck.
I do like the added relevance of the graveyard, and also how that's mirrored with Puppet Queen. I thought that was a really cool little spice.
For sure.
Alright, so for the rest of it, we do have a series of cards that are focused on keeping our material in rotation, as we were saying earlier. And we have some specific themed effects, which are pretty flavorful. But broadly, I'm seeing a lot of effects from archetypes that have already existed. Being able to summon things and recur things from the graveyard. or summon them out from the deck, is pretty much modus operandi number one for any combo deck like this. So I
Mhm.
would say, but because we have all of the kind of chess related effects here, which I think are really fun, I'm gonna give it a 3 in novelty. I think there's just enough spice in there to make it interesting.
Okay.
Objectivity. I didn't see any issue with the card text itself. I think the problem solving card text is all good. Uh, Including the fact that you made sure that all of the illusion monsters can't destroy or be destroyed by battle. Very good. It's in the rules. I say lying. Um,
Going forward, yeah.
yeah, exactly. So the power level though is what we have to focus on after that point, but I still don't see anything particularly wild. Of course, having a lingering effect that locks our opponent out of effects is dangerous, but we only get to have it if we've already established one of our boss monsters. Otherwise, it's just an Omni Negate, which every deck has. So I don't think that's an
Not
issue.
necessarily, because it says special summon from the graveyard.
Well, special summon-
So if we bring up the rook, or not the rook, the bishop, you can bring back or no, not the bishop, the knight. My bad. Gets one in the graveyard special summon.
Oh, right.
So as long as we control that condition.
We need to have had something revived from the graveyard to even use that first. So it does require a bit of setup.
Yeah.
But then once we get our boss monsters, who themselves inherently have to be summoned from the graveyard extra, then we get the full stuff. But the end result, of course, is that it still takes a bit of setup to actually get to this point. So it's not the worst Floodgate I've ever seen. It's certainly no Mayakashi meets Shiranui nonsense.
Right, we can't abuse it like a transmigration
No,
or something.
No, definitely not. Much condolences to all of my Duel Links enjoyers out there. So I think our objectivity here is a 5. I think we have a strong core of cards, but nothing that tips us over into this is going to run the format territory. Versatility. So the fact that Lone King requires illusions or warrior monsters with different names means that we have all the material we need in archetype, but warriors is one of the top types when it comes to having generic support allocated to it. So that's a whole core of cards that we can use. And the illusion monsters are kind of like early worms back in the day, where the type was kind of an archetype in and of itself. A lot of their cards care about illusions in general. So we could play
Mhm.
all kinds of those. Like Nightmare Apprentice, I think, just came out, and that just searches any nightmare monster.
Any illusion.
Any illusion, right, my bad.
Yeah.
So we're kind of sitting pretty on cards we can pull from, and we could potentially farm this out to other archetypes because of how broad that is. So I think it's a 3 in versatility, easy. Even though there's not like a lot of specifics there, I can guarantee you with effects these powerful, we could probably see it being used.
Even though illusions are still in their early stages, you think that versatility could be bumped up to a 4 in the future.
It could be.
Yeah.
If there is like I hesitate to call the Chimera cards an illusion archetype because it's really more of like they care about their own stuff. But once we get more like actual archetypes that care about illusions and stuff, yeah, this just gets more and better as time goes on.
For sure.
And then awesomeness, yeah, 5. I think there was a really creative usage of the chess motif. I like how we incorporated existing cards to kind of play off of that. And the chess matrix is just such a bop of a boss monster. I want to summon this. Ooh, I want to make it with Money Mud Dragon. Yum, 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 yum. So I'm giving the chess cards a 16 on the Nova scale. Ramen, I think you've done good.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you so much for support of the channel. And I will catch you next time. All right. Oh, it looks like I got booted from the Discord because we had a bit of a... Okay, Discord, I think, oh, wow, I'm disconnected. Uh-oh. Is the stream still working for everyone else? Is this still going? Stream is still up. Okay. And I think I'm back in the Discord room. Anyway, no. I think okay, we're still up. Okay. Something weird with Discord happened. Anyway, very sorry about that. Ramen, thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you for your support. And have yourself a good Friday, okay? Have a good weekend.
All right, thanks. You too.
Thank you. Take care. Okay. That does it for what we were here to do. AKA the customs. Thank you once again to everyone who participated, because everyone who does that is also helping me to keep doing all of this. So I couldn't thank all of you enough, really. So hopefully this is a good little extra something for you. Now, we're going to go ahead and do another thing that I've been looking forward to doing for the past couple of days. Recording a live episode for the Greater Polymerization video. I'm going to go ahead and start messing around with some tabs here so I can get all this fixed up. I'm going to go ahead and throw up an ad really quickly. That way we can get that out of the way so pre-rolls aren't an issue for anyone. If you would like to support the channel directly, there's a channel. You can subscribe to it. You get some animated emotes. I think they're pretty cool, made by Blue Bandana Jake. They're pretty funky. But if not, don't worry about it. I just like that you get to hang out here with us. So thank you so much. Give me, I'm going to throw that ad on. Hopefully it'll only take 2 minutes, and then we will have our new recording ready to go. Let's get started. Okay. Boom. All right. So I'm going to change over to this setup here, and we're going to turn on the green screen. Get that refitted over here. There we go. Excellent. Okay, here's our big bad beetle tier list. A little unsynced again. I'm going to try and fix that. Yo, Barbaroid. Yeah, Barbaroid's on here. It takes 5 material. Okay. That's there. B-tier monster. B-tier monster Barbaroid. Okay, so this is pretty good framing right here. So that's good. I hate having the bar up there though. I want to not have that. I guess it's fine though. It adds to the charm, I guess. Moki, the king of fusions. All right, and then for this one, we need to. Where's the I guess that works. I suppose that works. Okay. I think that's everything that I need. I'm going to go ahead and grab some more delicious tea, because this one's about to run out. And then we'll get everything started. Don't go anywhere. I am keeping an eye on all of you in chat. And I guess all of my audio stuff on my phone is going to play as well. So, Don't misbehave. I'll be right back. Polymerization can be improved by adding a guy in a cloak. Claims greater polymerization. We'll see how that scans. All right, so let's go ahead and get Audacity fired up. I want to have another audio source just in case things get sour. All right, I'm going to hit the record button. If everything explodes, it's not my fault. It's OBS, okay? Okay, and that should be enough. Silence, sync up. Sync it up. Explosions. Don't call Mr. Torg. Yeah, Mr. Torg is the last person that I want here for this particular thing. Now, if I need a bunch of explosions and guns, then boy howdy do I know who to call. Borderlands premier explosions expert. But right here, nah, that ain't for us. Alright. Synced up. Chat, could I get a little bit of an audio sync really quickly? Could you just clap your hands really quickly? I want to make sure that all of our voices can sync up in the edit later on, okay? If you could just do that for me, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Clap, thank you. Much appreciated, much appreciated. You're all really big professionals here. I hope you know that. All right. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is filled with a bunch of strange and interesting cards. Some break the game over its knee with how complicated they are, and some of them are just the dullest thing you've ever read. Today's is kind of in the middle of that one. We have a remix of a classic card that hasn't really had its time to shine yet, but now I want to show off which cards work with it best. Today, we're talking about Greater Polymerization, a normal spell card that fusion summons a fusion monster from your extra deck using 3 or more monsters from your hand or field as fusion material, and if you do, it gains these effects. This card cannot be destroyed by card effects, and if this card attacks a defense position monster, it inflicts piercing battle damage. So the downside is that you can never use this for any monster that only requires 2 material, and if a monster has a variable amount, you do need to make sure you're using at least 3. The upside is that that monster gains a little extra to help protect the investment, but it's not quite useful for all of them. So that's what today's episode is going to be all about. We're going to be ranking every available option for Greater Polymerization and seeing which ones are worth it and which ones are just dog water, just should not ever be considered. The first step in that journey, though, is figuring out which ones we cannot use. There is a large list of monsters that list more than 2 material, but some of them operate under different conditions. I have a list here of all of those monsters from ABC Dragon Buster to XYZ Dragon Cannon. I'm only now just realizing that it's literally an A to Z kind of thing, so very funny. There's some that require, in fact, most of these require contact fusions. The Elemental Hero monsters, Gladiator Beasts, Gate Guardians combined requires some form of contact fusion that doesn't have to be on the field. In general, these require some other way to summon them that ignores using some kind of card like polymerization, so you can never make it with these ones. So we are just cutting all of these from the list, but everything else is up for grabs today on the greater polymerization tier list. Let's get started. So first up on the list is Alba Lenatus, the Abyss Dragon, a classic Albaz card. Most of them require only 2 material. This one can use as many dragons as possible. Now, the good thing about Alba Lenatus is that it is a multi-attacker. The more materials that go into it, the more attacks it can do on monsters. It can't attack directly with multiple attacks. So actually, the piercing battle damage is pretty helpful on this one. The downside is that we do need that triple material on it, but because it's just the Albaz or its like substitutes and things like Bestials, that might not be terrible. So to kind of outline generally where we're going to put things on the tier list, D is going to be something that is just absolutely unplayable with these cards. In fact, we can put Armatael right here because we literally just can't make it with him. If I had put an F here, it would go here. S is going to be just like the perfect card for it. Like, it can benefit from it. The requirements of needing 3 or more isn't going to affect its usage too much. And then A, B, and C are going to be kind of variables between that. A is going to be like it mostly helps. C is like negligible. B is going to be kind of in the middle. Alba Lenatus, I'd almost say out of all of them, this is an S tier option for greater polymerization, right? That may be too much, because like the cards themselves already have the perfect way to summon them in the form of branded fusion, and Lenatus comes with the super secret I can contact fusion alternate summon requirement, which makes it like really good against opposing dragon decks. So I'm not, my heart tells me S, but it is probably more like an A, especially because it's A for Albaz. So we're going to put it in A. I reserve the right to recalibrate that as we go on. Also, before we keep going, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is on here. We're going to put that in D. And this is going to represent all of the non-effect monsters that have 3 or more material. That's going to be, I've got a list here off the side. It's going to be Aqua Dragon, Blue Eyes Ultimate, Man-Eating, Black Shark, and Metal Foes Crimsonite. All of these can be summoned with greater polymerization, but there's 2 issues with it. One, they don't bring anything to the table themselves that would make us want to use it. Like, we're not building on anything that helps us out. Number 2, greater polymerization does not apply an additional effect to the monster like how the Yang Zings apply things to a monster. It gives the monster those effects. So not only would something like Imperm negate those effects, they're no longer a non-effect monster for the purposes of things that care about non-effects. Now, that's a big corner case, but it is a corner case. So those are all being represented by that. They're being in D. It does like greater polymerization, but Alba doesn't need it, so GP is contesting better cards in the deck. That is fair. There are a ton of other options. Alba Lenatus fits pretty well with it in a vacuum, but you're generally using other options to summon it out. Okay. Ancient Gear Golem Megaton. Now, this one is one of the Ancient Gear Golem monsters that does not inherently have piercing. So, it gives us the ability to do that with our multi-attack should we use multiple Ancient Gear Golems or Ancient Gear Golem multiple multiple pounds, ultimate pound. Very sorry. My pound game isn't quite what it used to be. But it does have better fusion abilities now, right? Like, we have had Ancient Gear Fusion for a while, which necessitates you having an Ancient Gear Golem available at the start. And there's that new trap card, Ancient Gear Duel, which uses material from your graveyard on top of one that you have on the field. So, it feels like this one does benefit a lot from the help. Gaining the piercing and the multi-attack is good, but it also has a floating effect, so we're not too concerned about it being destroyed. So I think Megaton is gonna be in like C tier, maybe B tier. We'll keep it in C tier. I think there's things better than that. Multiple what? Multiple pounds, Megacombi. It's a sex joke. Please keep up. Okay, Arcana Knight Joker. You know what? Actually, I changed my mind. Megaton is a B. This one is a C. It comes with a very conditional negate, but that still makes it better than things that we literally cannot summon. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Arcana Knight Joker, if an effect targets it, you can pitch a card that matches its type to stop that. Now, with the destruction protection from effects, this is less things you have to worry about negating from the targeting, and it can let you focus on things that target it that don't destroy it, things like comp evac. But the negate itself is still pretty bad. And on top of that, we also have the face card Knight support that we got a little while ago. Face card fusion can summon this out a lot easier than greater polymerization, so I think this is a clear example of a C tier card. Armatael, the Chaos Phantasm, Phantom of Fury. So this is an example of one of the cards that we can summon with the effect of greater polymerization. That is also going in the D tier, largely because the whole point of summoning it is not to actually use it. The second it's on the field, we ship it off to our opponent, and then it gets banished to summon out the actual Armatael. So this ain't doing nothing for us with greater polymerization, and it even has better ways to summon it, so we ain't doing that. Barbaroid. Now, this is going to be interesting. So, it does require 5 Roid monsters, so it's very expensive to make. I don't think Roids have a better way to summon this. The only alternative I can think of is the floating effect of Cyber Dragon Nova. Barbaroid also comes with 2 attacks, and it doesn't do piercing, but it does 1,000 damage to the opponent if it runs something over in battle, on top of negating the effects of what it destroys in battle. So, this could be good. Barbaroid is a D. Imagine getting 5 Roids on the field. Well, thankfully, we don't have to use the field ones. We can use in hand. Mega Kobe's bringing up Power Bond. So, the Power Bond itself is like, it's gonna be the same thing regardless, although Barbaroid will become a 10,000 attacker that does 5,000 back to you. The question is, though, like, A, is it any better to use Power Bond? And I would argue no, because there's a diminishing returns on attack power. B, we do have Chimera, Cyberdark Chimera, that gives Power Bond the ability to Miracle Fusion, and then that makes Barbaroid. So that lets us make this a lot cheaper if we have a bunch of Roid monsters in the graveyard. I think, and at the expense of making it a joke, we can put Barbaroid in B. B for Barbaroid. I think that this is one of the better options we can summon off that. It would be funny to summon this in Speedroids. True! You could do all that in Speedroids! Melancholy. So, Nova, are you a Zane fangirl? I plead the fifth. Alright. B Trooper. Mighty Fusion Hercules Bercules. This card by itself is pretty terrible. It requires 4 B Trooper. It's either 4 B Troopers or 4 insects, but either way, it still requires a lot of it. And their onboard fusion card does not let you cheat the material. It can banish an insect to put itself back in your hand, but you have to use 4 insects for it. So, outside of being a non-archetypal card, Greater Polymerization is basically the same thing as using Bee Trooper Landing, I think the spell is. That being said, the fusion is unaffected by your opponent's card effects until the end of the next turn, or until the end of the turn that it summons. So it has kind of a tower's immunity, but it only lasts for so long. The other cool thing about it is that the fusion reborns monsters during the end of every battle phase, I think it is. So you do get value the longer you can keep it on board. So it being protected from card effects even after the initial turn is not terrible, but I'm still putting it in C tier. It still requires 4 monsters, and what it does is just not worth it. Imagine if Konami stopped being utterly deranged with Roid archetyping and just gave them the Archfiend treatment, so the insanity of things like that one Salamander being a Roid monster stops happening. I'm of the opposite. I hope they keep doing silly stuff like that. I want there to be randomly a Roid Vsauce monster. Favorite budget deck you've ever played under $100? Desk bots, baby! It's always desk bots. They're all common. It lets you use a million different synchro monsters. It's got great synergy with Earth Machine stuff. It's always desk bot, baby! Alright. Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon. So this one requires 3 Blue Eyes. If you have an alternative Blue Eyes White Dragon as a material, it can take its pop effect of a singular card and turn it into 3. The problem is that when you do that, it doesn't attack, which is kind of at odds with using the piercing battle damage, right? So it's hard to justify keeping this around. Also, if I'm not mistaken, this is also already protected by card effect, from effect destruction. Yeah, so it already has protection. So this barely does anything and is actually kind of at odds with what the card wants to do. So this is another C tier. This is just not a great card to summon off Greater Poly. Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. Now, I believe, and I'm double checking this, Chaos Ancient Gear Giant already has piercing, so it doesn't need that. The protection effect technically helps, but it's already unaffected by spell and trap cards, so no torrentials are going to hit this. No dark holes, none of that. Your opponent can't activate monster effects during the battle phase, so if there are monster effects that destroy, making Chaos Ancient Gear Giant off of Greater Polymerization is helpful. And a lot of the things that let you make Chaos Ancient Gear Giant doesn't work with the Ancient Gear fusion cards. The new Ancient Gear Duel requires you to summon monsters that list Ancient Gear Golem in its text, which Chaos Ancient Gear Giant actually does not do. And, on top of that, even though we can't use those effects, it is a Dark Machine Fusion monster, so its 4 material requirement is handily met by using Overload Fusion. So, this is also a C tier. Arguably even a D tier, but it's not useless to summon off of it like some of these cards. This still does get something out of it. But Overload doesn't work with the other Ancient Gears. That is true. Overload does not work with the other Ancient Gears because those are Earth Fusion monsters. Specifically, Chaos Ancient Gear Giant is a dark one, so it works with it. Get Ogre loaded. Alright. Chimera the Illusion Beast is actually pretty funny because this one is a multi-attacker. So this one actually does benefit from being able to punch things, and then it also deals additional damage too. I gotta double check the wording on this. Chimera the Illusion Beast. Okay. This card can attack monsters a number of times each battle phase up to the number of materials used for it. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. At the end of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can change that monster's attack to 0. So it doesn't do any burn damage, but if your opponent has a defense position monster, it by itself solos Chimera the Illusion Beast, right? Because it can't destroy the monster in battle, so it can't do any direct attacking. So, having the piercing added on there not only means that by using 3 material, you're going to get 3 attacks on there, this does guarantee that you'll be doing damage with all of them. And it gains the protection on it too, so it protects the investment. Now, that being said, the illusions do kind of already have Chimera Fusion, which is a really good way to make this card. I think this is another A tier card for sure. In fact, I'd put it over Alba Lenatus. Like this is a huge card to add to the collection. The illusions can't destroy by battle, so you can hit a weak monster multiple times. See, the cool thing about Chimera the Illusion Beast is that it actually doesn't care how big a monster is. Because it zeroes out their attack and negates their effects, it could run over something with like 4,000 attack and it'll still be fine afterwards, and it'll just kill them. Did you ever play a tier 0 deck? In Master Duel, I played tier 0 decks all the time. I was like a big tier limits player. That's a lie. It's a big tier limits player. Makes me sound like I was really good at it. I wasn't, but I played them. This does mean that the 1000 defense monster does keep your opponent alive. Which is exactly why we gained the piercing from the greater polymerization. That means that Chimera the Illusion Beast no longer gets walled off by a dinky Spirit Reaper. Alright, Chimera Tech Overdragon. This one is kind of rough, right? When you summon it, you send everything else to the graveyard, so this is going to be the only thing that you have. Overload Fusion has been the primary way of summoning this forever. You get multiple attacks on monsters, you gain a huge amount for every material you use, and by using Overload Fusion, it's not actually a drain on your resources. If you make this with greater polymerization, at minimum it's 2400 that attacks 3 times, but that doesn't clear the 3000 marker, so you need to make a 4th one, and if you're hard making this with that one, that's super unreasonable. Chimera Tech needs too many materials to be good, I think. Yeah, even in the context of greater polymerization, I can't justify Overdragon being anything higher than a C, so that's going right there. In fact, let me go ahead and realign some of these here. We can put that there. This one is all right there. There we go. I think that about does it. There we go. However, Cybernetic Fusion support. Oh, Blitz does bring up a good point. When it comes to the cyber monsters specifically, Cybernetic Fusion support takes any of our fusion effects and lets us use material from anywhere. So we could actually, with a little bit of life point drain, benefit from using greater polymerization while still having the wide reach. And with the added piercing damage, even defense position monsters don't get in our way. So, with that being said, I'm going to bump... It's still C tier, but I'm bumping it up a few slots to account for its combo with Cybernetic Fusion support. Imagine being ranked below Original Arcana Knight. Would never be me. Hey, sorry, that's the reality that B-Trooper lives in. Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon is also kind of in a similar situation, and I would argue that it's almost D tier, right? Because Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon is largely about destroying back row when it's summoned and sending material from deck to graveyard. Having to add an additional material to its summon just makes it harder to summon. That being said, pair it with Seeger, and this does legitimately destroy your opponent. And getting rid of their defense, being able to punch through their defense position monsters for piercing battle damage could help with the boost. But I remain unconvinced that that's going to be one of the primary ways. So this is going to take Chimera Tech Overdragon's old spot, kind of. Well, it's still better than Arcana Knight Joker. You use Greater to make a Cyber End immune to destruction, then overload out Chimera Tech. Oh, if only your Giga Chad brain was that big. I believe that Chimera Tech Overdragon sends all of your cards to graveyard. I'm going to Confirm that now that I've said it out loud like a big dingus. Send all other cards to the graveyard. Yeah, so unfortunately, even in that regard, it does not have overlap with Cybers. Hey! I'm just gonna say Agilor. Thank you so much for following. I know from YouTube, I love when you explain decks, especially Amazon's. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you found yourself here. No, but what did Cyrus Roids even do? They all have random effects. They all have random effects. Like, really, there's nothing specific that they do. All right. So this next one is Coridius, the Triphasic Dealman. 1 second. We got to get that name pulled up. Yeah, Coordius, the Triphasic Dealman. So I'm going to run everyone through this just in case you don't know. It is a level 9 Dark Fiend Fusion monster with 3,000 attack and 3,000 defense, requiring, get this, a Synchro monster, an Xyz monster, and a Link monster as material. Once while this fusion summon card is face up on the field, you can pay life points in multiples of 2,000 and choose one effect for every 2,000 life points paid. You can only apply each effect once. You resolve them in order, skipping any that were not chosen. Either A, you add a spell or trap card from your graveyard to your hand. B, destroy 3 cards your opponent controls. Or C, this turn, this card gains attack equal to half the difference between your life points and your opponent's. Also, other monsters cannot attack. So if your opponent has 8,000 life points, and you have 8,000 life points, and you summon this, and you pay 6,000 life points, 6,000 to get all of these effects. You now have 2,000. Your opponent has 8,000. The difference between you is 6,000. Half of that is 3,000. So Coordius, the Triphasic Dealman, will be a 6,000 attack monster that pops 3 and gets a spell or trap card from your grave back to your hand. Now, this is the only monster that can attack this turn. So it's not even going to be able to do lethal, right? Like, unless you have some kind of other attack booster, this isn't going to get us there. And we need to get 3 different kinds of extra deck monsters to do anything here. And on top of all of that, because it requires a Synchro monster, we actually have a Miracle Fusion made specifically for this. Miracle Synchro Fusion. So we could just shunt a whole bunch of cards to the graveyard, use Miracle Synchro Fusion, and make it that way. Otherwise, we have to hard summon this, and what are we getting? Piercing on it, and it also can't be destroyed by card effects. Really cool. This is like the highest of the D tiers, because you're not making this to attack with it. There's some other things it's accomplishing for you. It ain't this. So, very high D tier because you could use it, but the Dealman's getting a D. God, I'm so upset that we keep doing these frickin' alliterations. Regular poly would be better because it has more support. Exactly. I feel like Greater Poly needed to say it can use a monster in your extra deck as material. I mean, it would help. It wouldn't fit the theme, but it would help. Okay, for all of the movie lovers out here, for all my Dark Side of Dimension fans, next up is Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord. So, when it declares an attack, it halves our opponent's life points. So already, we want to be attacking with this. When it destroys a monster by battle, it can do a second attack during that battle phase. So, we can potentially do multiple attacks with this. It already has protection from not just effect destruction, but effect targeting. So it's not getting the full bonus, but it is helping us to get through defense position monsters. Also, this is actually better to summon than the on-theme way that cubics have. I believe it's Unification of the Cubic Lords, and that's a trap card. We could just use Greater Polymerization on this. Regular polymerization can, of course, be used as well, but this one gives it a little extra piercing to close out the game. And with 4,500 attack, that's a lot of damage you're getting through just in case. So I'm actually pretty confident in putting this as the highest B tier of the whole section so far. It's a really solid card to summon off Greater Polymerization. Also, every attack has your opponent's life points, remember? Yeah, so on top of all of that, you're already putting your opponent in very lethal range. The only downside is that having your opponent's life points will never, unless, not never, but it's a lot more difficult to kill your opponent by having their life points than by being able to get in for an actual good hit. So Greater Polymerization, like, you attack with Cubic, Crimson Nova Trinity, the effect activates on attack declaration, so their life points are halved, and then you punch. And if they're at 8,000, they're going to go to 4,000. If their defense is only 500, you win the game right there. If it's not, then you get a second attack on this. And the second attack from Crimson Nova Trinity does not have to be on a monster. So if they have an empty board, you still just win. Alright, Cyber End Dragon already has piercing involved. It just gains the effect destruction protection. We already have way better ways to summon this monster in Cyber Dragons, and if we're doing the Cybernetic Fusion support, we have better options to utilize than this. So Cyber End Dragon is going to go right about here on the usefulness scale. Cyber Eternity Dragon is a little weirder because it has conditional effect destruction protection already added into it if you have another fusion monster in your graveyard. But I would argue that Cyber Eternity Dragon does its best work while in the graveyard, giving other monsters protection so that they can flourish. So it honestly feels like this is going to be a D tier one. I'd almost never want to spend Greater Polymerization summoning this thing over something else. Killing my Dinomorphia opponent by having their life points at 1. Technically, that's worse than Blue Eyes Ultimate. And since Rampage exists, making End is worse by extension. Yeah, so definitely D tier. Even though it's like, you can make it, it's definitely like, why would you waste your time? We have something similar in Cyber Dark Dragon. Its only real effect is that it gets big. It equips a dragon. It gains more attack depending on the number of monsters in graveyard. So it can take advantage of the piercing pretty nicely. And protecting it with the effect destruction protection, you know, it's nice, but outside of that, it's not accomplishing anything else. It's not really anchoring our board, and it's still vulnerable to almost any other kind of removal. So this one gets like a low C. We're going to get it right, I think, above Cyber End Dragon. Cyber Darkness Dragon is a bit rougher because it requires 5 material to make, but it actually has a negate attached to it. So it's bigger, and it helps stop our opponent from doing stuff. That being said, we still have a million other better options. We can power bond this with the Chimera tech, the Cyberdark Chimera effect. We have, of course, we have the Overload Fusion. I still think this is a C tier, but it's better than regular Cyberdark Dragon. I would put it right about up here. You mean it's actually good? Cyber Darkness Dragon, for its bracket, is actually a pretty good card. Especially in the context of its other support, right? Like, you have the Cyberdark Invasion, I think, is the continuous trap card that keeps equipping your Cyberdarks with cards, so you can keep putting negates on it. It gets pretty big. Like, this is actually a pretty stupendous card for its bracket. Does fusion support work on there? Cybernetic fusion support. Double checking. It is any machine fusion monster, so it could still do that. I still feel like it needs to be in high C. Being in if you're in like B's, I feel like you need to be good on your own merits. You don't need to have to combo off with something else. So maybe this is just like the best C so far. But I think that's about as far as I'm willing to go on that. Clock Wyvern. This one is pretty weird. So let me go ahead and, rather, it's Cyber's Clock Dragon, not Clock Wyvern. That's the material needed for it. Woof. I'm doing good today, folks. Oh, yeah, also, chat, go ahead, get the video demonetized really quickly. Go ahead, get your Cyber's Dragon jokes out of the way. Go ahead. It's a level 7 dark 2500 attack Cyber's fusion monster. Requires a Clock Wyvern and any number of link monsters as material. When this card is fusion summoned, you can send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard equal to the total link rating of the material used for this card's fusion summon. And if you do, until the end of the next turn, after monsters you control, other monsters you control cannot attack. Also, this card gains 1000 attack for each card sent to the graveyard. So it checks for the link rating. So you are incentivized to use as many link monsters as possible to make this thing heckin' big. The issue is that we do have a better card for this, because I think we have a card that lets us... I think just Cynet Fusion lets us use material in the graveyard, right? Did he say Glock? No, I haven't talked about the rocket cards yet. Cynet Fusion lets you use one Cyber's Link monster from your graveyard if there's no monsters in the EMZ. There's some other card that lets you use multiple material with this, right? Am I messing here? Cyber's Clock Dragon's dedicated support for its whole thing is already punching the opponent dead instantly. The downside with the clock is that if you want to summon it twice, the second time with Clock Lizard to get massive. Is it Clock Lizard? That is it. That is it. Okay, Clock Lizard. You contribute this card, return a fusion monster from your graveyard to the extra deck, then infusion summon that fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion material listed on it from your graveyard. So, chat, I'm relying on you, okay? If we're gonna keep doing this, you're all gonna have to behave yourselves, okay? Come on. Don't make me go emotes only on here. Don't make me force you guys to use the cute animated emotes. You can't do that to me. Anyway, the point is that we have a card that makes Clock Dragon rather, really, really big to punch already, and it uses a bunch of material from our graveyards if we have a bunch of link monsters in there. Greater Polymerization would, at minimum, be Clock Wyvern plus 2 link monsters. If they're only 2 link ratings each, that could get up to 6,500, but we can get a lot better with Clock Lizard. So, in a pinch, we could still use Greater Polymerization to protect this against stuff, and, once again, it does get us through defense position monsters so that we're not wasting the effect. I think this can conceivably work, but it's a high C. I can't get it anything more than that. Plus, Clock Dragon has a nuts floating effect. Yeah, exactly. So, also, if it's destroyed, we're not, like, too terribly beat up about it because we still have other things we can do with it. Dangerous Frightfur Nightmare is gonna be pretty low. Arguably, it may even be a D tier card. While we do want it to attack things, all we care about is if it destroys monsters in battle, and the effects given out by Greater Polymerization doesn't actually help with that. Now, Frightfur Fusion does exist, but Frightfur Fusion banishes material from the graveyard, and Dangerous Frightfur Nightmare gains attack for every fairy and fiend in our graveyard. So actually, that's kind of to its detriment. Granted, Frightfurs also have a big polymerization sub-theme there too, so they could just hard make this with the regular polymerization. Greater polymerization, though, we would have to use that. Polymerization regular would still use 3 material, so this would protect it and it gives it piercing while maintaining our monsters in graveyard to keep Nightmare's effect up. So by dint of using a card that doesn't banish cards in our graveyard, it does kind of help. But you can search regular polymerization, and greater polymerization doesn't really have the same kind of, usage. It also comes with its own negate. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets this card on the field, you can banish a Frightfur monster from your extra deck to negate the effect. But it only works against... It helps with targeting protection, or targeting negation, which is good, which complements its effect destruction in general, but I still don't think it does a whole lot. I have to agree. This is basically like a low C kind of card. Probably right about here, I think. And it's actually kind of a mid C, to be honest. We'll see how that evolves as we put more in here. Do Fluffle synergize with fusion cards in general or just poly? I believe it's just poly. A lot of their cards mention polymerization specifically. They don't say search out a polymerization card, which I said, and now I'm going to double check here. Normally I'm thinking Frightfur... Oh, what's the Frightfur card? Patchwork, there we go. Frightfur Patchwork. Normal spell card. Add a Edge Imp and a polymerization from your deck. Yeah, so if it could search a polymerization card, we'd be kind of in the money. This might be a B, but because it doesn't actually work with regular polymerization, probably better to just hold off on that. If you remove the D, it's anti, which is against the rules. Banned equals OP, therefore says tier. Come on! Come on! We can't keep using these letter conventions to mess with the integrity of this tier list! Alright, so anyway. Dante. This is already a bad fusion in and of itself. I'm going to get the direct text here, just so we know what we're working with here. I know off the top of my head it requires 3 Burning Abyss monsters. It does require different names. Gosh, this card is so unfortunate. Everything about this card, like, as a Burning Abyss fan, as a lover who took this card to a regional and actually won a mirror match with this card, it is so painful to see how this card has been used. Or rather, has been worded. Takes 3 different Burning Abyss with different names. Has to be fusion summoned. You can't summon it by any other way, so you can't sear it back to the field. It can't be targeted by your opponent's card effects, which is actually complemented by the fact that it cannot be destroyed by card effects with greater polymerization. Now, it doesn't super work with the piercing. 2800 is a nice amount of attack power, and the fusion spell actually gains us a little extra attack power for a turn if we banish it from the graveyard. But aside from that, it's not doing anything more than... It's not doing anything more to help us. The on-theme fusion spell is better by dint of the fact that we can send it to the graveyard with Kagna and then recur it with Dante. This card is definitely in the C territory. I would argue it's like hovering around here. I think it's like around here. How can it be bad? It sends the Burning Abyss monsters where you want them. The graveyard. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, Mega Combi. Everything! Okay. Gonna clear out some tabs here. Okay, so this is a pretty new one, and I think we have a lot of potential here. Chlorless Chaos King of Darkworld. We need Rainbow Overlord of Darkworld and 2 or more Fiend monsters. When we fusion summon it, we pop all cards our opponent controls. It's a huge board wipe. There's a bunch of other effects on here. It gains attack equal to the number of material used for its summon, so minimum it's at 3,000, but could be more, because it's 2+ Fiend monsters. As a quick effect, it's a discard outlet that makes something untargetable for the rest of the turn. So that part I'm not too concerned with. Now, Rainbow, the Overlord of Dark World, does kind of imply that we're only making this in Dark World. And Dark World does have better options in and of itself. I believe Dark World Accession discards the material, so we can get the effects of our Dark Worlds. And it also banishes from Graveyard too. Oh man, I'm losing my mind here. Dark World Accession. I think I blocked it from my mind because I keep getting owned that Accession is actually a real name, and I committed to making fun of it. Okay, yeah, it banishes material on the field or in the graveyard, and it discards Dark World monsters as material as well. So, in Dark Worlds, Greater Polymerization, terrible. Don't play it. But, if you're playing a Fiend deck that also has a Fusion Substitute monster, Blitz is on the same wavelength as me, Greater Polymerization can summon this card, gets you the board wipe, protects this card from destruction, which kind of complements its targeting protection that it can give to itself or something else, gives you a discard outlet, and is just big. Like, it could just be 3,000 at base. I don't think anyone's going to fault you for that. But you could also make it 4,000. Make it 5,000 if you want to. You just have to, use actual real material for it. I'm on the fence about this, though, because what are the fusion substitutes that we're using in the decks that run this while also using polymerization, right? Like, we could use Accession to banish the fusion substitute from the graveyard, so we have to actually use a real fusion substitute card. Frightfur is actually an interesting scenario where Accession fusion summons Fiend monsters, so it actually gets to use that card to make its Frightfur monsters, and if we pitch King of the Swamp, that gets to be used as the material in graveyard as the fusion substitute for Rainbow. So, even in that scenario, that very strange scenario, I admit, but even in that scenario, it still kind of works. Muddy Muddragon and Infernities can be that, but like, in that case, it already comes with a fusion effect. So it's adding an extra card on top of it. The more I talk about it, I kind of had high hopes for Chlorless, but now that we're talking about it for real, I kind of got to give it a C tier ranking. I feel like it's about here. C for Chlorless, folks. We're not escaping the allegations. Normal tour guide, special summon Versago the Destroyer. 1 second. That negates its effects, right? Tour guide. Yeah, tour guide has to actively negate the effects for it to work in Burning Abyss. So actually, it does not let you do that. Yeah, then we need the third one anyway. It's very close, but it wouldn't work. You can't trick me. I know you need Super Poly to summon Colorless. Hey, Nova here while watching the Umi video. Awesome. Hey, folks, if you're watching this on Twitch right now, Umi Explained is uploaded right now, and I decided to do a stream while that video premiered because I'm a very smart content creator. I know what I'm doing here. Okay, D3S Frog. It requires 3 Des Frogs, is 2,500 attack, and gains 500 attack for each Treeborn Frog in your graveyard. Next monster. Despian Priskenian. It needs a Despia, a light, and a dark. So this is a valid card for it. It gives it protection, so it can keep resolving the effect where we get to steal our opponent's extra deck monsters out of their graveyard. I forget what else it does. 1 second. When it destroys a monster by battle, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the monster's original attack or defense. So, it also is incentivized to attack monsters. So we add piercing onto a 3200 attack body. It's doing something, but as far as Despias go, we already have things like Brandon and Red, which help to summon this at quick speed and can kind of cheat the material requirements a little bit. I don't know. I'm not super convinced on Priskenian. I think it's probably our new best C tier monster, but I wouldn't call it a B tier quite yet. There's a lot of Deathfrog name copy effects, and Frog doesn't have a fusion. That is true, but the card itself sucks. I've never seen any Frog deck be like, I wish there was a way to make Deathfrog. Alright, Destiny Hero Dominance. So, this has an attacking effect. If we destroy a monster by battle, we draw a card. When it's summoned, we get to manipulate some top decks. The problem is its floating effect. It needs to have cards in graveyard for it to work. Now, granted, if we use Greater Polymerization, we will have those material in graveyard. But with Fusion Destiny, we're sending that material directly from the deck to the graveyard, so we get to maximize the cards that we get to summon off of Dominance when it blows itself up because of Fusion Destiny's effect. I would argue that this was made specifically to use with Fusion Destiny. So, I would put this is the lowest C tier. It's worse than any of these other options because the way it's being summoned off Greater Polymerization acts counter to the intended, I believe, combo here. But it is still better than anything in D tier. It becomes, with Greater Polymerization, a monster with more protections that gets you piercing damage when you attack into monsters for those free draws. So I still think there's some value to it, even if you really want to be summoning with Fusion Destiny anyway. I just really have 2,345 followers. That's awesome. No one follow me. Keep the funny number. I only need all of you people here, okay? They should make Frog Fusion that lets you use Death Frog from your sideboard. They should make more funny frog cards. Okay. Dragon Magia Master. We're going to read this one out really quickly because this one's a hoot and a holler. This one was revealed recently, and its material requirement is very funny. So it's either a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon or 3 Blue Eyes monsters, and a Chaos or Blackluster Soldier Ritual monster as material. The relevant stuff. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it, and you can use that effect once per turn for every card type between monster, spell, or trap card. So it's got 3 potential negates every turn. If this face-up card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, you can float into a Blue Eyes or Chaos or Blackluster Soldier Ritual monster from your extra deck or graveyard. So, this card doesn't have any inherent protection to it, and is a negate, so it can protect itself against anything that isn't effect, destruction, or protection. If it is destroyed, it gets to float into some pretty powerful monsters. The problem here is that it does have a minimum requirement of 2. An Ultimate Dragon and a Chaos or Blackluster Soldier Ritual monster. But if you substitute the Ultimate Dragon for 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, now its minimum material cost is 4. This is like... It's good, but it's not Greater Polymerization good. Especially because, I mean, as a Blue Eyes monster, we could make this like Ultimate Fusion. We could substitute the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon for a Fusion substitute because it's a specifically named material. So this is definitely a C tier. But like, oh man, no, it might actually be a D. It might actually be a D tier. Are we putting it in D tier for Dragon Magia Master? No, we need 10K so it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Folks, get 10,000 friends on stream immediately. Go to who's big streaming right now? Who's a big streamer right now? I'm gonna stop this joke right now. If any of you actually go and harass people to go follow me, I would never forgive myself. It occurs to me that because Master Duel was programmed using Duel Link's engine and code, they could literally flip a switch for some event. There's no way that's actually. There's no way that's true. I need more info than that to believe that it's the same engine. Point. Almost any deck that runs the Illusion of Chaos draw engine plus Muddy can make this. Yeah, so Kudon is on a roll about something here. Yeah, just about any deck that can run stuff like that can just make Dragon Mage a master, and it's a huge, powerful boss. And it comes with its own fusion effect, and you don't even have to run the regular Blue Eyes White Dragons for this. I think I'm putting it in D tier. I think it's the best D tier we have out of all of them because it's the most powerful. But Lord, is it tough to make with it? It's not even worth it. It's true. They both have the same bug with Revoke Fusion. Oh my god, that's so wild. It can't just be that Revoke Fusion is just a poorly made card that doesn't work well with simulators, huh? I think I remember someone mentioned that Dragon Magia Master can't be summoned with Ultimate Fusion because Blue Eyes White Dragon is not specifically listed material on DMS. Oh, okay, then we can't use Ultimate Fusion. You're right. That being said, still D tier. It's a powerful card. I expect there to be some goofy people busting this card. But for greater polymerization, no. Okay. Okay. So our next two are the dual avatar monsters, Empowered Kongyo and Empowered Mitsujaku. So I'm already not a fan of dual avatars as they are. The dual avatars' primary fusion effect too, or their primary card they use to make material for fusion summons, also gives you fusion summons. So it's not like we need more fusion effects for it. Mitsujaku, if we control a fusion monster, if you control two more fusion monsters, you can destroy a monster on the field and monster effects negated, so it has some removal. It keeps our dual avatar fusions from being destroyed by battle once per turn each. And it bounces cards. The destruction protection pairs with the battle destruction pretty well, but it's just not like it's not gonna do anything else. Especially with 2,000 attack, it's not going anywhere. This is kind of with dominance here because the making it with greater polymerization is just actively worse than making it with the onboard fusion effects. Kongyo, though, if I remember correctly, I was looking at it, and I think this actually has some merit to it. It has an Armades effect. If it attacks, it returns a monster to the opponent's hand. When your opponent's spell or trap card or effect is activated that targets this card in the field, you can negate the activation while you control two or more fusion monsters. Actually, no, yeah. It attacking, bounces cards, and the Armades means the attack will go through. Its 3,000 attack benefits from the piercing better, but it's still, with Mitsujaku. It's just not... It ain't doing much. Okay, Elemental Hero Core is a funny one. We get to double our attack when it's attacked once per turn. And then if it battles, it gets to pop a card on the field. Now, this is a battles trigger, not a on-attack trigger. Not when it's attacking. It has to actually fight something. So we do get the opportunity to pierce through something with it. And then we get to pop something afterwards. So we can like pierce through a weaker monster and then deal with a big monster so we can keep the damage going through. Two problems with this. One, this is an elemental hero monster, so we have access to Miracle Fusion, so we can make this much easier and cheaper. And B, it does come with a really good floating effect on top of it, so it being destroyed is not the worst. So this is kind of a low C. Well, the more I look at it, the better this is some of these ones. It'll go right up here. Right up there for things that are bad to make with greater polymerization. One of them is core. Divine Neos. Now, like with core, this also, I think, can be made with Miracle Fusion. I'm going to double check Divine Neos really quickly to make sure I'm not misremembering everything. Okay, so as an elemental hero, we can banish all these material from the graveyard to summon this card. So we can make it with this. And similarly to core, or not similarly to core, because it's so expensive, I feel like we have to use Miracle Fusion for this or nothing. That being said, I don't think any of the monsters you banish with this card give it any protection. So with greater polymerization, we get to push through with the damage we're getting off of its effect activation, and we get to ensure that it's safe against removal, because if you sink in, even if you use Miracle Fusion with this, you're banishing 5 cards. You are shredding almost your entire graveyard to make this card. But you are using a total of 6 real cards to make this with greater polymerization. So this is definitely, like, down here with the cards that it's actively worse to not use Miracle Fusion. Also, big props to Captain Blitz for putting in a fusion requirement. That makes more sense than having to read out this entire thing. Like, let me read it out. Must be fusion summoned using any 5 Neos, Neospace, Neospatian, or Hero monsters, including at least 1 Neos or Neospace monster, Neospatian, and a Hero monster, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. Like, ugh. Ugh. Gross. Unconscionable. Alright. Elemental Hero Electrum. This one is actively going in D tier right out of the gate. Right down here with Armatael, Phantom of Chaos. The whole point of summoning Electrum is to recycle your banished cards, which means that you're using it with Miracle Fusion. So there is like no other reason to summon this outside of making it with Miracle Fusion. So this is a D-list card. Elemental Hero Tempest. This is another 3 material one. I forget. It's like Bubbleman, Avion, and something else. It might be Sparkman. It does have an interesting effect where you can send a card to graveyard, designate a card. While this is on the field, those monsters can't be destroyed by battle. So giving this effect destruction protection complements that effect, but it's still pretty bad because you have to use all 3 of those normal monsters, and we have way, way better options to use our fusion effects on. This is a real bad. This is like a down here kind of bad. Okay. Exodia, the new Exodia fusion monster. One second, let me get the whole name here. Okay, be that way. Okay, the Phantom Exodia Incarnate. Einzig is already on it. If you have the 5 pieces of Exodia in your hand ready to summon with this, you've already won the game. This is actually, like, legitimately the worst target because you just... There are scenarios where you have Forbidden Ones on your field and you fuse those off. But if you have all 5 pieces ready to go and they're between your hand or field, you've got to find a way to put it into your hand. Like, the way you normally make it is by playing Millennium Cross and revealing those pieces. This is just like the worst card to summon off of all of them, like for real. Even non-effect monsters, you can play them. This one just spits in the face of like the mechanics of the game, so no, that one is just lowest D tier. Moki Moki King is so high on S tier that it wraps back around to being D tier. Hey, hold on a sec, we're not even there yet. Okay. X-Tox Hydra is a wild one. So it requires 2+ monsters special summon from the extra deck. It draws you cards equal to the amount of battle damage that it deals for every 1,000 damage that it does. And if it fights a monster whose card type matches what was used as its material, you reduce the attack of that monster to 0. So if you use a fusion monster for it, it's now at 0. You get to draw 2 cards because you deal 2,000 damage through it. This requires you to use 3... I don't know if it needs to be different, but 3 extra deck summon monsters as material for this summon. And it protects it from being destroyed, and it deals piercing. So X-Tox Hydra, on the surface, is one of the best cards that we could possibly summon using this card. But Lord, is the material requirements on this something to be beheld. What am I supposed to... This is like Corodius, the Triphasic Dealman, except in that regard, that can at least use Miracle Synchro Fusion. X-Tox Hydra has to be monsters special summoned from the extra deck, and guess what monsters in the graveyard count as? Have a quick guess, time's up already. It doesn't! That being said, it does still technically benefit from everything that Greater Polymerization has to offer. So, while it's not high on the list, it is still better than anything that D tier has to offer us. I would put it somewhere around... oh god, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, it's better than that, it's better than that. It can go right here. X-Tox Hydra goes right here. 5-headed dragon. Dragon's Mirror already exists. D tier. Next question. Okay. This is actually an interesting segment. This is all of the Frightfur monsters. Now, for Chimera and Sabertooth, I'm actually kind of going to go really quickly and say that Sabertooth is very low C tier. Because if you use 3 material for it, it's already protected by effect destruction. So it only gains the piercing battle damage. So it's kind of in this vein over here. Frightfur Chimera steals the things that it destroys in battle, so we do want to still be attacking. But otherwise, the effect is kind of lame. And I never use it anyway. It's kind of like up here. It's just below Sabertooth. In fact, looking at Joker, there's no way it's not worse than Joker. So it's actually going to go up here. That being said, Frightfur Tiger does get a ton of attack points. And we don't necessarily want to... Well, no, that's not true. We do want to use a lot of material for its summon because it pops a whole bunch of cards. So, we're going to put it in high C tier because its effect on the board also gives our Frightfurs a ton of attack power. So it being able to survive stuff is kind of huge. So I'm putting it in high C tier. But I'm actually gonna say that Frightfur Wolf is almost B tier. Now, of course, Frightfur Fusion exists, and Frightfur Fusion is an excellent card to use with Frightfur Wolf and Frightfur Tiger. I'm not denying either of those, but if you're in a situation where you need to punch for a lot of damage and your opponent has a bunch of defense position monsters, Frightfur Wolf with greater polymerization is now protected and gets to punch through all of that stuff. And if we have a card like Frightfur Fusion, now we have a bunch of material in the graveyard that we can spend with Frightfur Fusion. Arguably, what we can do is have Tiger blow up a bunch of back row and then have Wolf clean up the monsters. Granted, if Tiger deals with the monsters and they don't have any back row to deal with, then yeah, we could have just used regular polymerization for it, but one of them had to eat the Frightfur Fusion at some point. So if one of them had to use greater poly, it might as well be the one that we want to put as many material into as possible. Anyway, that we were already doing with things like polymerization to get that maximum attack. So I would actually argue that it is a B tier target for that. All right, the Gem Knights, Brilliant Diamond and Master Diamond and Lady Brilliant Diamond. These are arguably in like the same area as Phantom of Fury. These cards, we are not making them to fight. We are not making them to stick around. We are literally making this to enable an FTK, which is about as little interaction with our opponent as possible. These are about as D tier as it gets. I think maybe they're a bit better than Phantom of Fury, to be honest, because they can still be used for battle. I mean, Master Diamond can get pretty big, but if you've played modern Gem Knights, you know that you're not doing that. And you also have Gem Knight Fusion regardless, so none of that. Gold Pride Pin Baller. This is also probably a D tier card. The way Pinballer is summoned is normally during our opponent's turn to scoop their monsters away as a way to stop them from doing any summons against you, or during your own turn to clear out monsters, in which case piercing battle damage isn't really doing anything, so this is going to be another D tier card. Greater Polymerization just is not at all helping with what Pinballer wants to do. He do be ballin', though. He is ballin'. I will not take that away from him. Master Diamond is actually a good combat threat if it copies Topaz or Ruby. That is true. It can do that, but it can also copy Lady Lapis Lazuli. Simply FTA your opponent. Exactly. So silly that Gem Knight was designed around beating the opponent to death, except for the one silly burn monster that should just be banned so they can finally be designed without caring about it. And they refuse to ban the problem card. I don't understand. Alright, Guardian Chimera is kind of a funny situation here. So, when summoned by a spell effect, you have to use material, or in general, you always have to use material from your hand or graveyard. It has to use 3 anyway, so Polymerization and Greater Polymerization, they're going to use the same amount of material. If you have Polymerization in Graveyard, Guardian Chimera can't be targeted. Greater Polymerization, using that, means that it can't be destroyed by card effects at all, and it gives its 3300 attack body some piercing. Now, this means if you use Polymerization on a different monster and it's already on the graveyard, Chimera already gets both. But, kind of like with some of our D tier cards, the only reason you're summoning Chimera, or rather the primary reason you're summoning it, is for the draws and the destructions. The purpose of it is not 2-punch cards, but it still kind of does. Like, it still kind of helps you push through stuff. So it's a low C card, kind of roundabout here. It still has some value as a monster to summon off of it, but I'd rather just use regular polymerization. Why exactly isn't Greater Poly considered Poly in the graveyard? Well, because it doesn't do a name change. If it's a legit question, that's why. Now, cards that say polymerization cards, those would work with Super Poly and Greater Polymerization. But in general, most cards that work with polymerization just say polymerization, not a polymerization card. Infernoid Tierra. So this is going to be another D tier card. If you are using this, you are using it because you have Void Imagination and you want to send a whole bunch of Infernoid monsters from deck to graveyard. You do not actually want to hard summon this card. I know you don't. That's not what it's here for. You want all the other additional effects that come with summoning it off of that. So that's a D tier card. No, my question is hypothetical. Why didn't Konami design it that way? Oh, if it's hypothetical, probably for balance reasons. But then there's a bunch of, balance stuff that we can argue about. Okay. Luna Light cards. We gotta pull these up really quickly. Luna Light Leo Dancer is one. And Saber Dancer is the other. So first we have Leo Dancer, and that does require 3 material. Your opponent can't target this card with card effects. Also, it can't be destroyed by card effects. So it's not benefiting from the effect destruction protection. They make a second attack during each battle phase, which kind of works with the piercing. If your opponent has a bunch of defense position monsters, this would get past them, and 3,500 is a great attack stat for it. But if this card attacks a monster, you can destroy all special summoned monsters your opponent controls, which means that the only other attack it would make that might deal piercing is a normal set monster, which doesn't seem likely. If anything, what I'm going to do is attack that monster that isn't going to be affected by the board wipe, pop everything else, and then attack directly again because the attacks are not restricted. So Leo Dancer is definitely one of these low C monsters, especially because Lunalights already have their own Miracle Fusion. So it's not like they can't just do an easy summon. I just kind of placed that without thinking about it. Where would Leo Dancer go on here? It just feels so, like... I wouldn't say it's at odds with how it's supposed to be fusion summoned, like how these really low tier, low C monsters are. But it doesn't really benefit very much from it. I think I would argue it's in, like, right next to Cyber and Dragon. I would call it a worse card to summon because it's a better monster. The Great Double Casted Caster is a cool fusion monster. 1 second. I actually didn't add that in there, but I think that only takes 2 monsters. Great Double Casted Caster. Yeah, the Great Double Casted Caster unfortunately takes 2 monsters. Greater Polymerization does not allow you to use it. The one thing Lunalights are missing, a way to make a hard-to-kill monster that OTKs. Wow! It's just like my Japanese anime. I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm just saying words right now. You can't trust me to say anything actually funny. Lunalight Saber Dancer isn't much different. Your opponent can't target this with card effects, but it is otherwise vulnerable to effect destruction, unlike Leo Dancer. So Greater Polymerization fixes this one, but it's got a graveyard effect, so we actually don't even want to summon this half the time anyway. Its only other effect is that it gains 200 attack for each banished Beast Warrior monster in your graveyard. So if you Miracle Fusion this one, this can gain extra attack power based on what we banish for its summon. So in that regard, actually making this with Greater Polymerization and not using Lunalight Wolf, this is one of the cards that is actually detracted by being made with Greater Polymerization. So this one is going right over here. Anime watchers after seeing a cat. I'm gonna fuse so many felines together. Okay, so Bloom Prima, the Melodious Choir. We have some Melodious cards here. I'm honestly pretty happy about that one. So it gains 300 for each material used for its summon. Now, it can minimum use two, a Maestra and a Melodious. That would give it 600 boost, so it'd be at 25. If we get to the third material with greater polymerization, it goes up to 28. It can make a second attack unrestricted during the battle phase, so it's got a great attacking potential. And it does float. It gets a card back into your hand, which isn't the greatest floating effect. So I'd be okay with giving it some protection to stick around so it can keep punching stuff. Let me check Ostinato, the Melodious fusion spell, really quickly. I'm only caring about Ostinato. I know that we have a monster that fusion summons, but it's not super good. Okay, so Ostinato only uses 2 material. Now, granted, it does use any 2 material from the hand or deck, so it can't get the Maestra. We don't have to get a Maestra on hand to use Bloom Prima with greater polymerization. But once we have it, and we have more of them now than we have in the past because of the new support, this card becomes a pretty fearsome fighter, and if we want to sink more material into it, we can. So Bloom Prima, I actually kind of want to put it at low B tier. Like, this hits a lot of what we want. It's obviously not great, right? Like, the material needs a Maestra, and very few of our monsters are Maestras. But I think this is a pretty good monster to summon off of it. Something about fusing with an animal people, but it cuts to Gothams in his... Oh, I'm not reading that one. It's very weird that they were weird. It's very weird that they added greater poly to Duel Links and using the Moonlight character, someone who will never even want it. That's interesting. Getting Maestras isn't a problem between the Roses, the main deck Maestras, and Schuberta, a fusion monster. Well, then that just makes it better. In fact, I think it's actually better than Barbara. I think it's one of our higher tiered B monsters for sure. I don't think it's quite in A tier territory. It's pretty high B tier. Barbroid being in B tiers get me every time. Good. Enjoy the funnies. Okay, so Flowering Etoile is definitely worse. It requires a minimum 3, so when it comes to our fusions, we can't make this with Ostinato. We have to use some of our older effects with this. It inherently temporarily banishes our Melodiouses, and if we temp banish Etoile, that's like it loses the bonus it gets from greater polymerization. So I find it hard to justify putting this in anything but D tier. It feels like we have to, like, it feels like it's counter to the idea of the card. It feels like it's about here. Feels bad for this Melodious being right before the first ST. That brings us to Moki King. It requires 3 Moki Mokis. If it leaves the field, we summon 3 Moki Mokis, right? Is that the effect? I want to make sure I'm fully aware of this before... Yeah, if it's removed from the field, special summon as many Moki Moki as possible from the graveyard. Um, look, if this was a haha funny, I would put it here. In fact, this is my gift to you. If you want to take a screenshot right now, let me, there we go. There's your screenshot of me being being just floored by the fact that Moki Moki King is at S tier, but unfortunately, this is one of our S tiers. It is meant to be summoned only to be destroyed. I put Arcana Knight Joker in C tier. What makes you think that Arcana Knight is better than C tier? We've got the face card fusion spell, so it's way better to summon with that than with greater polymerization. Giving it effect destruction protection isn't going to make it much better. And the piercing is negligible. It's thumbnail material. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Because he's cool. Well, if we were talking about the monster's cool factor, none of these would be where they're at right now. But it ain't about that. It's about how good they are if we summon them with greater polymerization. And it ain't fulfilling that niche. Now, Mutant Ultimus. I think this is Ultimus. Let me get that. Let me get that name here really quick. Okay, yeah. So this one is Mutant Ultimus, takes 3 level 8 or higher mutant monsters. This is one of those where it's pretty difficult to get the material out for it. It can't just be any 3 mutant monsters. It has to be the big evolved ones. And because we have Mutant Cry and Mutant Fusion, we have plenty of other cards that can be used to get this card mobilized. So it's not like Ultimus is like at odds with greater polymerization, like how a card like Tierra would be, but it's like it's not really doing it for us, I don't think. What are we, this has to be a C tier card, but it's not a very high C tier card on this one, especially because, well, no, it has an Omni Negate on there. What I'm thinking is the 2 fusion that has conditional towers effects against certain cards. This one is actually better in that regard because the effect destruction protection can let it use its negation more often. I think it's about here-ish. About here-ish. It's pretty good, but I wouldn't be super stoked to play it with all the better options. Yeah, Max Spatial, you're correct. Alright, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. So this one gains multiple attacks, right? Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. At the end of the damage step, if this the only face-up card you control and this fusion summoned card attacked, send a Blue Eyes Fusion. This card can attack again in a row. You can use the effect up to twice per turn. During either player's turn, when a card or effect that targets a Blue Eyes monster you control is activated, you can banish this card from your graveyard to negate the activation. So this itself doesn't have targeting protection. It gives it to other monsters. So it doesn't. So it can't complement the effect destruction protection from greater polymerization, but it does get it, and it's a multi-attacker, which means its piercing effect gets more value because it attacks more often. If you're playing Blue Eyes, I mean, you could of course make this with with Ultimate Fusion because it does list Blue Eyes White Dragon. So there is a better alternative, but if you are hard fusing for this might actually be one of our A tier cards. Like, it might just be that good for it. It does overget the benefits in multiple copies of itself to gain targeting protection, but only after it's attacked. That is true. It can eventually use its other copies to gain that, which it's on a delay, which is unfortunate. But I think this is still pretty good. Oh boy, the Zarks. I put the other Zark in here too, right? Yeah, I put the other Zark in here. Okay, really quickly, D tier for Ray Dragon, because we have to make... We could make this with greater polymerization, but we can't also just summon it by sending regular Zark to graveyard, so that's like... No. So this is like... This is kind of a D tier. A very low D tier, actually, because we definitely need to be summoning it off of Arc. And then we'll just take care of Zark right here. If we properly fusion summon this with greater polymerization, we're already blowing up our opponent's board. And Zark already has effect destruction protection as it is. So this is one of those things where it runs counter to the card itself. So this is also a D tier summon off of greater polymerization. Who else is in A tier? A tier, we have Chimera the Illusion Beast and Alba Lenatus. All of these have multi-attacks, and all of these... Well, not all of them have great attacking effects. Alba Lenatus can get a whole bunch of different attacks on monsters, but Illusion Chimera can keep the monster around so we don't destroy it, so we can keep doing that piercing battle damage a whole bunch. And then Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate also has multi-attacks and has a big attack stat. Chimera even can't destroy stuff, so it can hit weak defense stuff over and over again. Genuinely think Ojama King is decent up in C tier, at least because it so dearly needs the protection and has a few other options. Okay, so I'm going to put my usual issues with Ojamas aside right now. Technically, I think you're correct. Ojama King, depending on how you have your board set up, is either a great defensive body or a great offensive one if you have the country up. If you make it with greater polymerization, it now has additional effect protection, which is very helpful because by locking out 3 of your opponent's zones, you have effectively disrupted a lot of your opponent's strategies, especially if it requires them to have more than 2 monsters on the board at any given time. Now, it does require specifically the 3 Ojama monsters, green, black, and yellow, but it's not like we can't easily assemble those because of Oja magic, so it's not like we're scrounging around for the right material. Technically, Knight is easier to make because it can use any of the Ojamas, but we're not hard up for getting the original trio. The piercing, I mean, you have to deal damage eventually, right? Heck, you're giving your opponent tokens in defense position, which are used to stop you from using all that attack power to one-shot your opponent. But with the piercing from greater polymerization, you get to punch through those. So, Ojama King, I think, for all of that, is going to be mid-B tier. If Ojama King did not rely on country to keep its attack stat up, I think it might be better in that regard. But if your opponent hits the country and now you have a 0 attack monster, now they can just punch over it and the zone lock is gone and you're out of there. But I do agree that in the context of what greater polymerization gives to the monster, I actually think it's a great fit, so we're putting that on there. Sidebar, I generally think the Umi video is one of the best that you've done. Hey, I can't take a lot of credit for that one. I, of course, did the writing on it, but Sir Knight JCB requested it as their Quasar Commander pick this month, and of course, Great Big Pillock was a fantastic editor on this one. So, big thanks to both of them for their contributions. Love the bad GX fusions hitting B tier. Remember, it's not necessarily that these cards are good and relative to each other. It's just how well they utilize greater polymerization. So, I mean, yeah, they hit that sweet spot where there's enough lacking from it where greater polymerization is good, while also having enough stuff that it's worth actually playing them. The G in GX stands for greater polymerization. The only negative is that you are probably also on at night and GP can't make it, so you will probably only want to be on base fusion. That's true. I guess depending on what your core is, you might opt to play both, but, you know, who could say? Alright, Phantasm Emperor Trilogy requires 3 level 10 monsters. If it's special summoned or if another monster is special summoned from the graveyard to your field while you control this monster, target a face-up monster your opponent controls and burn your opponent for damage equal to half its original attack. So, it's a 4,000 attack monster, so the piercing is nice, but it doesn't have a multi-attack to really take advantage of it. It is doing burn damage on summon, so the piercing helps to keep that damage going through so you can make sure that you destroy your opponent. But 3 level 10 monsters, I can't think of any deck that wants to run this. There is technically the fact that you can play this in Sacred Beasts, because they have one of those not Miracle Fusion. It's not even branded fusion, I don't think. I think you have to have all the material on hand to make the fusion monster. But if you have one of them on board, you can keep the effect from being negated or interacted with. But, you know, if you're gonna punish your opponent, you might as well use those 3 level 10 monsters, being the Sacred Beasts, to make Phantom of Fury to get the Armatael to one-punch man your opponent. Going through the effort of making Phantasm Emperor Trilogy just feels ugh. Now, Kudon brings up a good point. You can summon it in trains because level 10 trains is the name of the whole thing, right? But, you know, they lock us out of fusions half the time. A lot of their cards are like, you can only use Xyz monsters for the rest of the turn. You can only attack with Xyz monsters. It kind of feels like Trilogy, this is not part of any of their game plans. Dimension Fusion Destruction is Miracle Fusion in general. Okay, so we can cheat it out by using material in the graveyard. So I guess that's fine. Man in a bear suit, thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope you enjoy your time up here. Just make sure that you keep your suit nice and spiffy. You also don't take damage from battles involving the fusion, for what it's worth. That is true. If they manage to get a big enough monster or shrink Trilogy enough to do some damage, then you are protected against that. That is true. Trilogy just feels like, I wouldn't say any way to fuse it goes against its thesis statement, but it certainly doesn't feel good to make. Let's give it somewhere about here. I think Trilogy goes about here in the C tier ranking. Prank Kids Battle Butler. This is another one of those that it is antithetical to the deck if you don't use Pandemonium. You want to be summoning this at quick speed. You want to surprise your opponent with this. Now, Greater Polymerization does keep it safe from battle destruction, so this does mean that you can summon it and your opponent can't just blast this before you get to use your Raigeki effect, but the whole point is to surprise your opponent with it. I strongly agree that that's the case. So this is like one of those higher end. It's not like the worst thing to summon it off of Greater Polymerization, but we're probably just going to use Pandemonium on it anyway, especially because we're going to lose it half the time. So the piercing isn't going to really do much for us. GP only gives effect destruction protection, not battle. Did I say battle? I didn't mean to say battle. This thing is at 3k. You shouldn't have to worry about that. It'll just Raigeki whatever it can't fight anyway. Okay, Predaplant Triphyoveratum requires any 3 dark monsters on the field. Now, this has been used as a Hail Mary super polymerization target in the past. Kind of like how Starving Venom Fusion was used to just take out 2, Triphyoveratum uses 3. Now, because of the card itself, we need to have the material on the board, but that's not a factor for greater polymerization itself. We would have to do that for any fusion effect that we make with this one. The first effect requires predator counters to use the effect for. I'm going to ignore that here for now. We'll probably circle back to that. But in the context of general dark monster decks, if your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck while you control this fusion summon card, negate the summon and destroy it. So it is inherent summons from the extra deck, negate and destroy. That's a great effect. Stops links, stops synchros, stops exceeds. Sometimes even fusions if they're a contact fusion. So this gives us a wide variety of stuff we can use. That's about all it does by itself, though. Is that worth it to play a polymerization in a deck that has a bunch of dark monsters to access this and give it effect destruction protection? Kind of. It also stops pens from the extra deck. That is true. It also stops pendulum summoning from the extra deck too. So there's that. Kind of. 3,000 is a great big body, so being destroyed by battle is not going to happen very often. The effect destruction protection, especially if we're not on a deck that runs predator counters, means that this is going to protect us in that way preventatively instead of this coming back later. And even if it does revive itself, it's not fusion summoned, so it doesn't get that effect back. The piercing also helps it to put damage through. So in a general dark deck, I'm not entirely sure. But if we are playing a Predaplant deck, this kind of changes a lot here. Because now Triphyoveratum is potentially 3,000 plus, which means it takes a lot better advantage of the piercing damage that it's doing. And that's really about it. The fact that it revives itself wouldn't matter regardless if greater polymerization was used, because then it would lose all of its effects. So it's only slightly better in actual Predaplants. Reminder that Predaplant can search GP with Darlingtonia Cobra. Now, that is true. We can search it out because Darlingtonia Cobra searches for polymerization cards. Or, is it polymerization cards or fusion cards? I'm double checking really quickly just to make sure. Darlingtonia Cobra searches a polymerization spell card or fusion spell card. So, you're right. This does actually search that. And if Verte Anaconda was still legal, then that would also be a card that could use greater polymerization. So if you're in Master Duel, keep an eye out for this. Polymerization and fusion are always searched together because they're technically the same archetype. That is true. Because of translation stuff, we here always have to put those two together if we are searching for those cards as spells. So we actually have access to this. So, as a tech card we can put into Predaplants, this is very interesting. The only thing we need after this point actually is another dark monster on board, because this requires 3 dark monsters on field, and Darlingtonia Cobra and Orifice Scorpio are only going to be 2. And I'm not sure what we would do at this point. I think if we have instant fusion, we can summon out the level 5 fusion. And then we get the search and then use that. But there is also Triantis. One second. I want to read Triantis really quickly. Predaplant Triantis. Because I believe it's one of those ones that lets you use monster in your scales is fusion material, I just want to double check the wording. When this card is in your pendulum zone, if you fusion summon a dark fusion monster, you can also use cards in your pendulum zones as material. Okay, yeah. So our scales will help us with this. Oh, hey, and Predaplant Triantis has Monarch stats. Cool. So Trifio Veritum is a high C. It's just barely not good enough for B, I would say. But it's a very strong C contender. It's sent to the graveyard or add to the extra face up because you can. And it floods the field with predator counters. I'm gonna put it in C because I can't put it in here twice. Oh, what the heck? I'll put it in low B. I'll put it in low B. We have enough C's in there. We should give it the push it deserves. Low B, Trifio Veritum, pretty good target. All right. I don't know. There's a lot of cards in C. We could get a little more in there. Okay, Quintet Magician. This card is already protected from effect destruction. Requires 5 spellcaster monsters, and we need 5 differently named ones to get the board wipe effect. This is kind of like in D territory. We want to be summoning this with Magicalized Fusion, which is basically the Dragon's Mirror of spellcasters. This one, I would put it about here. That way we can get the full usage out of it. Otherwise, we are hard fusing a monster that requires 5 materials. There's no reason not to use Magicalized Fusion. Exactly. The extra piercing, not worth it at all. Absolutely not worth it in regards to that one. All right, Rainbow Over Dragon is interesting. So it must be either fusion summoned regularly or special summoned by tributing a level 10 ultimate crystal monster. So you can either fuse together 7 crystal beasts or trade in 1 level 10 ultimate crystal, which is like the Rainbow Dragon and stuff. Which, you know, you need to have 7 crystal beasts anyway, but Rainbow Dragon can check for cards that are in your graveyard or your spell and trap zone. The fusion does not. If can banish a crystal beast from your graveyard to give it an attack boost, so that means that the piercing gets really good, but as a quick effect, you're attributing it to shuffle it off, so it's really not meant to stay on the board at all. And then, yeah, if we weren't doing 5 material for Quintet Magician, we sure as hell are not going to be doing it with this one, which is, like, unfortunate, because the only card that fusion summons over Dragon that isn't gonna break your back over it is like Ultimate Crystal Magic or something, which is like a trap card, which isn't very fun. But if we use regular fusion effects, there's no way we're actually making this. And if we cheat it into play with the using a Rainbow Dragon, it's not going to get that quick effect shuffle every card on the field into the deck effect. So this is going to be about right next to Quintet Magician for just how not at all we're using this. Future Fusion, even post errata, is better. Absolutely. Okay, this is a funky one. Starving Venomy Lethal Dose Dragon. Starving Venomy Lethal Dose Dragon is a fusion pendulum monster that requires 3 dark pendulum monsters as material, which, funnily enough, Triantis helps with because it and Bufolicula are dark pendulum monsters, so those kind of help put that together. As a monster, which is really the only thing we care about, each time a card is sent from the field to the graveyard, place a Venomy counter on this card for each card sent. All monsters on the field except Dark Dragons lose 200 attack for each Venomy counter on this card. Once per turn, during your main phase, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls until the end of the turn. So it's a skill drain on your turn only for your opponent. Its attack stat doesn't grow, it just decreases other cards' attack stats. and it actually actively hurts you if you are not on a Dark Dragon deck. Because it hits all monsters on the field except Dark Dragons, not just your opponents. So it's difficult to tech this into other decks. I see Abyss Actor from Blitz. Get ready for all of your Dark Fiends to have their attack lowered. Even in Predaplant, those are Dark Plant monsters. Get ready for their attacks to be lowered. This just feels... this is a C tier pick, I'm going to be honest. It's not like... It's not going to be awful if we summon it with Greater Polymerization, but... for what it gives us, I feel like any other regular fusion effect would be nice. Let's go ahead and put it somewhere around... Oh, I think around here. It's a nice C tier card. Odd Eyes. Yeah, unfortunately, there's like specifically Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, and any of those that keep to the Dark Dragon doesn't have to worry about that, but then there's like the wind ones, the water ones, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so I'm not using Greater Polymerization, but Poly and Pop It with Rise of the Abyss King sounds funny. Alrighty. Oh. Sorry, I gotta take a break. We've been talking for almost 2 hours now. Okay. Alright, so we have our Vehicroids. Both Jumbo Drill and Stealth Union require 3 and 4 materials respectively. And neither of them have effects that keep them immune from effect destruction. The problem is that there already exists a really good card here, and Blitz is already 2 steps ahead. It's Vehicroid Connection Zone. That also gives them that protection. I believe it also gives them targeting protection. Vehicroid Connection Zone. 1 second. We're going to double check here. Connection Zone. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, its effects cannot be negated. So it also keeps your opponent from hitting them with Imperm, hitting them with Skill Drain. And if you're playing Roids, you need all of your own effects as much as possible. So this is one of those things where it is just actively worse to summon this. Heck, even Jumbo Drill already does piercing battle damage. And Stealth Union halves its attack when it attacks. So these are another in a long line of just terrible to summon off of Greater Polymer. It's like it's actively a travesty to summon off of that. Vehicroid Connection Zone is such a goofy card. I feel like if they can't give Vehicroids good fusion cards, because if you make them with Vehicroid Connection Zone, we're doomed. We're just doomed. Does it make Barbaroid? Yeah. So, you know what's funny about Vehicroid Connection Zone? It makes Vehicroids, not Roid fusion monsters, which means Barbaroid cannot be summoned, and also Steam Gyroid. So even within Cyrus's own cards, his own signature fusion spell cannot be used to summon all of them. Isn't that funny? Isn't that so funny? Alright, Kaleido Heart. This one is also kind of a D tier card to fusion summon off of this, because we actually want to be sending it to the grave with our own effects as much as humanly possible, so we can keep milling cards out of our deck with its own self-revival effect. And also, you know, it's tier limits. The whole point is that we get to summon it for free off of our mills, so this is about one of the worst cards we can summon off of Greater Polymerization. The first Dark Lord. Let's go over the first Dark Lord really quickly. So, your opponent cannot target fairy monsters you control with card effects. That's pretty good, because it doesn't have the effect that keeps it safe from effect destruction in general. So that once again, those complement each other. There's also something about how if it fusion summon, you can pop the board if you use Morningstar, and you can pay 1,000 life points to summon a fairy from your hand or graveyard in defense position every turn. But that's whatever. It's fine. It also has 4,000 attack, which is a great stat to have if you have piercing battle damage. So, in a deck whose only real fusion effect is a trap card that half the time isn't even really that good, I have to say that the first Dark Lord is like kind of in the high B's. I would say like right here. Greater Polymerization means that it's only vulnerable to non-targeting, non-destruction removal. It has a great body for piercing damage. And because of that, you get to use its effect to revive your fairies every turn more often. This seems like a really good pick to me. Reminder, Dark Lord fuses with a trap card, but Dark Lords like copying spells from graveyard. That is true. We do have a way to do that. I just don't like it. It kind of sucks. I just feel like it's not worth enough that I feel like it's a detraction to use Greater Polymerization. All right, Thunder Dragon Titan. This one is kind of goofy. So Thunder Dragon Titan requires 3 Thunder Dragon monsters, I believe. So it's any 3 of our monsters. Yeah, any 3 of our on-theme monsters. But it has its own alternate summoning condition, which makes it very easy to summon. The protection effect on it doesn't do anything, because if it would be destroyed by a card effect, you can already banish cards from your graveyard. The piercing isn't bad because we also get the boost from several other cards like Thunder Dragon Core, but we also have Thunder Dragon Fusion, which recycles our cards to make this just in case. So Thunder Dragon Titan is, God, it's very low C, if not D tier. In fact, I think it kind of is D tier, honestly. It's pretty high up here. It's just like, it's not like an optimal choice. It's actively unoptimal to use it, so I think it's right there. Reminder, Colossus is banned in the TCG, so the easiest way to cheat this summoning condition isn't around. Yeah, you'll have to use Instant Fusion to summon Kaminari attack. But honestly, I would still say that's better than having to do this nonsense. Alrighty, next up we have Trishula, the Icy Dragon of Imprisonment. This is an interesting card to have because it takes any 3 monsters that you control, and we can banish them to summon this, but it doesn't do anything unless those monsters are dragons. We generally see this being used in decks that want to banish their own cards, or don't mind it, or it's part of their game plan. And then once we do that, we get to banish some other interesting cards. Like we have to banish 1 card from our deck, the top card of our opponent's deck, and a card from there. Let me double check the effect here. Trishula, Icy Dragon of Imprisonment. Yeah, 1 from our deck, 1 from the top of our opponent's deck, and 1 from their extra deck. So we get to shred our opponent's extra deck with this. And we're left with a level 9 monster, which is pretty funny. 3 dragon monsters. Now, the material is just 3 monsters with different names. But you can only use material from your hand and or field. So, Greater Polymerization can make this, but A, its attack stat is pretty middling when it comes to taking advantage of the piercing. And really, it's kind of like Electrum. We are making this specifically for its summon effect, and then we don't care about it. We don't care about it being protected by stuff, and it having piercing doesn't mean much either, so this is also a D tier card. Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. This is a monster that already has piercing. I believe it has 4,400 attack, but requires an Ancient Gear Golem and 2 Ancient Gear monsters as material. Giving it effect protection is nice because while it does float, it only floats into regular Ancient Gear Golem. But I think we have to put this next to our other Ancient Gear monster for all of this. Where else did we have it? I know we had another one in here. It was a Megaton Golem, I think. Megaton Golem actually made it to B tier. But that one gets multi-attacking. It didn't have piercing. So actually, no, it's not in B tier. This goes in C tier because it's just not worth it. It's not actively bad to summon it with greater polymerization. Having a big monster that can't be destroyed by card effects is pretty good. But yeah. It goes as Ancient Gear Giant. That's what I meant. That's what I was thinking of. It goes right up next to here. Alright, Valance Mamanaka. There's no way I am hard fusing the Valance fusion monster in a deck that is already made up of like a million different moving components. I cannot add this in. I think we got to put it in like a low C, if anything. It's like right here. Okay. Mega Combi is getting ahead of schedule on this one. But I think, honestly, I think they're right. So, as a Vision hero, we can't use Miracle Fusion. So we can't cheat this out. We are just about always using some kind of way to hard fuse for it. So normally it's polymerization. And as a triple attacking 5,000 attack monster, that's nifty. But what happens when you destroy all your opponent's monsters? They can't attack directly. What if they're in defense position? You've kind of lost the chance to do a gigantic amount of damage. Vision Hero Trinity gains piercing when you make it off of greater polymerization, is still a triple attacker, and because it has the effect Destruction Protection, there's less things that can stop it from doing that. So, and I feel like it's the only one out of all of these it could possibly be, Vision Hero Trinity is an S tier monster when it comes to using greater polymerization. We need more cards like this if we want this card to take off. Wake Up Your Elemental Hero is D tier because it is an Elemental Hero monster and is pretty similar, but we're using Miracle Fusion because it actually uses material in Graveyard that we've built up over the course of a game and doesn't use a million material that we don't like. So let's go ahead and put it up here. It goes up right there. There we go. Like how a GX manga card is S tier. Hey, that's how it is, baby. That's how it is, baby. Actually, Momonaka doesn't have an alt summoning effect. It does not. That is true, but you can use Hojo with it, and they've already got an onboard way to use it, and its effects are not super worth it. How do you summon your Wake Up Your Elemental Hero again? Generally, you're using Miracle Fusion because it gains 300 for every material used for it, and then it gains attacks depending on the number of fusion monsters used for its summon. So that's a scenario where we want to be pulling from our graveyard for it. Okay. World Legacy Guard Dragon Ulmer Duke does have a multi-attack. The problem is that its materials are any 3 link monsters. Now, I'm going to double check. World Chalice Dragon Ulmer Duke. You can attack all monsters. Takes 3 link material. It can auto-destroy link monsters if we have a monster with the same link rating in our graveyard. We can banish it to use the effect. And then it deals burn damage, but that's not really super relevant to greater polymerization at all. Almarduke has an alternate summoning where you can just tribute the link monsters that you have. So if you have those monsters, because they can't be in your hand, they're link monsters, so they're already going to be on the field. If you have 3 of them, you can just tribute them to special summon Almarduke. And if they're in your graveyard, you have Dragon's Mirror because it's a dragon monster. So it's gotta be like, it does give Almarduke some protection. So it's not like it doesn't do nothing. And the multi-attack does mean that its 3,000 attack can be used to inflict some pretty severe damage. I think it's kind of like next to Neo, Blue Eyes White Dragon, where it's just kind of like, yeah, you can make it with greater polymerization, but you should probably not. The effect destruction. Well, Neo already can't be affected by that. That was a different reason that was here, actually. Might actually be lower. I think it'll be right here. Right there. Worm Zero, heck yeah, it's funky lore card time. Oh, it's funky lore card time. In defense of Worm Zero, they're a little guy, come on! Also, in a theoretical summoning them, greater poly wouldn't hurt. Just have 6 worms in hand with the different names. Yeah, just have 6 material in hand. Play Almarduke with First of the Dragons and other stuff for Chalice Fusion strat. It's not good, but it's cool. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. Okay, so Worm Zero. So worms don't have a fusion effect at all. You have to use polymerization for them. It used to be that you would use future fusion to dump all the material into the graveyard to fill up your grave for other stuff, but now you're not doing it for that one. If future fusion was still around, this would be an easy D tier pick, if only for the fact that the monster itself is not what's important. Venting all those cards to the graveyard is, but that's not really the case here. So how else do we vent? So how else do we use Zero? We're already using like polymerization, but if we're making this, we want to be using as many materials as possible. So greater polymerization gives Worm Zero some level of survivability, and if you use a lot of material, its attack power gets big, and then it does piercing damage. Doesn't care about the piercing because it's going to wipe the board. Worm Zero. Let me refamiliarize myself with how far that does that. It does not have a board wipe effect. Select a reptile monster graveyard. Special summon a face-down defense position if you use 2 material. With 4 material, you can remove a reptile from your graveyard to send a monster on the field to the graveyard. At 6, once per turn, you can draw a card. The 4th isn't once per turn. Oh, right, okay. Send 1 monster to the graveyard. Okay. So we can get rid of... Wow, I totally skipped it. I explained... I don't even think I picked up on that one. Fair. Okay, so it's... At that point, yeah, probably doesn't need the piercing because it's going to be getting rid of a bunch of cards. The effect destruction protection, though, that's still pretty nice. And there is not a generic fusion spell for reptile monsters that can, like, use material from other places. Unless we use a generic one, like chain material or some nonsense. And if that's the case, it would blow itself up, so it wouldn't be able to use its effects for very often. So Worm kind of wants to use a fusion spell that gives Zero a little extra protection, even if the piercing doesn't come up very often. And, oh, I mean, if they summon more monsters, we can just remove them with more reptiles in our graveyard, but... Poly might be better because it's more supported, but GP is nice. Yeah, this is about as close to a C tier card on this list as possible. It's about here. It's about here, right? I think it's about here. Okay. Lastly, Yubel, the Loving Defender Forever. This card's material requirements are a Yubel monster and then any other amount of monsters in a deck that has super polymerization as its specific disposal. We have like 3 different ones. And it has 0 attack, like Einzig said. So the piercing means nothing, and it also has effect destruction protection on board. There is literally nothing that greater polymerization can give this card that it doesn't already have or need, and it's just better to use with super polymerization. So this is a D tier card. The point is to summon it, and technically to attack with it. You do want to run into stuff to do damage, but it's not like it needs the piercing to do it. So it is a D tier for that section. And that's kind of the first draft of our greater polymerization tier list. Really quickly, I want to hand it over to the audience. Anything here that stands out? Anything here that seems egregiously off base that we've got to mess with? Non-binary gamer, stand up. You're goddamn right. Ooh, sorry. I'm kicked from the event now. Junk, please. You can't make me blush like that out of nowhere, please. Hey, Junk, how's it going? Folks, my ancient gear compadre, my Edison format dude, my guy, Junk is here. Everyone say hi to Junk. Do it now on pain of death. How's it going, buddy? How you doing? What was the reasoning behind Quintet Magician again? Quintet Magician already requires 5 spellcaster monsters, so already it's a huge material requirement. They all have to be different names, too, if we want to get the extra bonus effect. And Magicalized Fusion already exists, which is a much better way to get this summoned out here. On top of the fact that Quintet Magician also already has effect destruction protection. So the only thing that it gains is piercing. And while it does have 4,500 attack, it doesn't have multi-attacks or anything else that would make this actually worthwhile. DS Frog should be higher because this isn't about relative power, and Greater Poly is really good for it. Okay, so, well, I mean, I would argue it is about relative. I'm trying to be funny, but I'm trying to actually figure out where it would stand. But, like, so D3S Frog has 2,500 attack. Like, I'm going to reread its stats really quickly. D3S Frog. So 3 Death Frogs. The fusion summon of this card can only be conducted with the above fusion materials, but a lot of the things that are Death Frogs say that they're Death Frogs, so that gets around that. This card gains 500 attack for each Treeborn Frog in your graveyard. So at maximum, this card gets to be 4,000. But that's really what this card's effect is, being a big monster. If we put in the extra work for it. Otherwise, it's a 2,500 vanilla. This thing is playable, but if you're playing it, you want to use greater polymerization, right? Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. It sits right there. Right above all the cards where it's actively worse to use it with other things. Just above that. Okay, you're right. Your argument is sound. Just use Grass and Verte. It's easy. Well, why didn't I think of that? Do fusion summons make frogs miss timing? Sadly, it does. If you use Dupe Frog as fusion material, it'll go to the graveyard, and then the fusion monster will be summoned, and then that will not have been the last thing that have happened. Finally, a win for frogs. Hey, honestly, though, I think it might be a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, because now it's further from F tier. F for frogs. Okay, anything else here feel off? Anything else here that we need to reconsider? Here's my stance on D3S. The only time it was summoned in the anime, it was sent to the graveyard to revive the 3 Death Frogs to actually do something. I can't see Winda. Well, that makes sense because Winda is a Shaddoll monster and a Dark Attribute monster, and Greater Polymerization only lets you fusion summon with 3 or more material. I think Saber Dancer should be higher because it seems perfect for Greater Polymerization. So the targeting protection on it does complement the effect destruction, but Saber Dancer was built in a way that just, like, it doesn't want to be summoned. And even if you do, you want to summon it off of Wolf so it gets the bonus off of having banished Beast Warrior monsters. So it is one of those where it's actively worse to make it with a regular fusion effect than to not, if you even make it at all. But it is closer to Anura, the Latin term for the order frogs belong to. Damn it, I've been played. You're going to send it with Chick or Lunalight Fusion anyway. Yeah, so, like, largely you're not even going to be summoning this at all. But if you are, you want to use Wolf because it's easier and you get more bonuses out of it. Chaos Giant could be high grade. Chaos Giant is, like, right there because it requires 1 more than the minimum amount required. So it's like, you know, you're already going in for 1 when I go for another. But, like, the Ancient Gear cards like Hound already has a fusion effect attached to it. So we're adding an extra card by using Greater Polymerization. The card itself, like, barely minimally benefits from Greater Polymerization, too. Because you already don't have to worry about spells and traps. And so it only covers monster effects that destroy, and even then we only have to carry about them not in the battle phase because our opponent can't activate monster effects during the battle phase with Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. In fact, Chaos Ancient Gear Giant, now that we talk about it, it might actually need to be lower on the list. Because there's so little that it actually does for the card. Like, Chaos Ancient Gear Giant might need to be, like, here. This is one of the first ones that we had in there, but we haven't, like, reevaluated it until now. I love how Winda being a Dark Shaddoll monster was more important to disqualify it from the list than being only fusion summoned with 2 materials. What? Love how Winda being a Dark Shaddoll monster, that was before. Oh, well, I was listing the material on there so that I could be facetious. Like, that's only 2 material. Greater Poly in Ancient Gear is cool, but nice. Only Howitzer can't be made with it. Yep, can't be with that. Yeah. I think that Ultimate, though, still gets a pass up here, though, because it does get the effect structure protection to keep it on board. Can you tell I'm tired? Hey, I don't blame you. Okay, I think that about does it. So, this is the tier list. Vision Hero Trinity is the perfect card to summon off of Greater Polymerization. Huge attack stat, multi-attacker. It even plays around some of the weaknesses inherent to Trinity that were put there to balance it out. I can't think of a better card out of all of these that complement a card more than that. I think that Chimera, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate, and Alba Lenatus also have some pretty good places on there, though, of course, Alba has the Branded Fusion to work with. Everything else here is varying shades of but now that I've had my piece, I want to hear yours. What do you think? What would you change on this ban list? Is there anything that I somehow missed after my eons of extensive research on which cards can be put on this list? And what card would you like to see put on a tier list like this in the future? I know there's a ton of wacky cards out there in the game, and I'd love to give them a chance to see how they clash against each other on the tier list. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Okay, and that didn't shut down the computer. Gonna get this normalize. They don't have a card for benefits. Yeah. So, monsters that require a difficult amount of material, like Xyz monsters, aren't exactly the kind of format we're fitting. It's kind of like wacky cards, like what cards would be best to use with harmonic synchro fusion would be like an example, but I don't even know how you would tier list that, right? Because you would have to have like pairs of fusions and synchros that work together, stuff like that. Now, best targets with ARA. Now that's a card that would work on it. A singular card that's a little goofy and does stuff. Like that would be an example. Best target of unexpected die. There's like a million normal monsters. No. ARA, Advanced Ritual Art. It ritual summons any ritual monster as long as you can send normal monsters from your deck to the graveyard whose level equals in total the ritual monster you're summoning. And it has had some pretty big like impacts on the game. I think one of the earliest combos was using ARA to summon Demise, King of Armageddon, sending 2 Insect Knights, and then banishing both of those for Doom Dozer after you've popped the field with Demise, of course, which gets you 2,800 damage, and then you get to mill a card, 2 cards off your opponent. No, the card, but not the abbreviation. Oh, okay. My apologies. I'm a big talky guy. Herald of Ultimateness. Oh, that was another good one. Yep. Herald of Ultimateness, send 3 level 2 normal fairies from deck to graveyard, put them back in your hand, and those are some delicious discard fodder for Ultimate. Greater Poly tier list. We all big talky guys sometimes, Nova. Yeah, as it turns out, it's my stream, and I'll do whatever the fuck I want on it. Even saying the word. I'll even not say the word. I'll just cut myself off because I think it's funny. If I could have a censor beep all the time, I would say more often and put the censor beep on there because censoring is hilarious. Harmonic Synchrofusion and Ultra Poly aren't a tier list. You do it like Shark Tank, where people pitch wacky combos and you vote yay or nay. I think that's how that show works. I think it's close enough, and honestly, Blitz, I actually think you're onto something with that one. I actually do. We're gonna have to make that a thing actually, because that's way better than trying to figure out all the different permutations for them and figuring that out. Just the life point ding sound. Oh, that's like the perfect sensor noise, because like the regular sensor noise is funny, obviously, but if you make it something else, so good. Shino Baroness and Shino Baron. Ooh, hey, wait a sec. Wait a sec, we're on to something. The list of cards that can trigger Clifford Genius. Like that could be it. That could be one of the things. Okay, let me export this audio. Well, hopefully that's not... That was like 2 hours of talking there. That should make a pretty big video. Hey, thank you all for stopping by so much, by the way. I super appreciate it. I know this was kind of off the beaten path for what I normally do. What did you like it? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? Was it painfully slow and awkward? Or did you enjoy it? One of those things. That's just any card that can pen machines. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. Miracle Synchro Fusion is also a cool idea, though it's fusion heavy for episodes. Yeah, and like the list of Miracle Synchro Fusion targets are like, you could count them on one hand. List of cards that are just like round little dudes. Hey, there we go. That's a tier list. What about needs exact above fusion material list? Is there like more of a context to it? Because then we're just like, because otherwise we're just ranking them based on power, and I don't think that those are like interesting lists. It has to be like some other focus on top of it, right? Because like this tier list isn't exactly, you know, how powerful they are compared to each other. It's how good they are under a certain context. What's that? I'm gonna screen cap. I'm gonna share this on Twitter. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. This will farm some engagement for sure. Don't tell X what the context is. Let them guess. Well, I already like posted that we're talking about it. I guess we'll see who paid attention, but then it feels a bit too like, I don't know. I'm just gonna retweet it on top of the announcement post. Ranking cards that roll dice. I guess it depends on how many there are, but that'd be a fun one. I don't know if it's exactly the same like niche, but I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty good. Da ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba. Ya da 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 ba da ba da ba 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 da ba. Boom. All right. I must request of you. I must request of you the boost. If you have a Twitter, do the engagement things. The best lullaby targets. Trailers of monsters benefit most from acts of despair. Okay, now all of you are just saying stuff. What are you commenters? What are you chat? Be better than that. Don't be chat. Be my chat. Okay. We've still got like 13 minutes before I want to call it. Thankfully, we didn't spend 3 hours doing this. I think I'll just do some. I think we'll just do some Master Duel here for a bit. We can Is there any replays here? We can take a look at some replays, but other than that, I guess we can just hop on some ladder for a bit. I also guess I'm down as like Master Duel for the category, so I guess, you know, maybe playing a bit more Master Duel would be good for, you know, saying I'm not trying to cheat the system or anything. Light insects for digital bug techs. I just realized the Rika insect is level 3. Wait, you're right! Oh my god! Digital bug Rika for the win. I have a spiral replay, if you mind, but no points. Well, I have been letting people donate their points if they have enough and they want to see a sick replay. You were here. You were the first beneficiary of that. You know that. There we go. See, right there. All right. Give me your replay. Give it to me now. Come on. There we go. Darkwing Duck. Replay. Top 1. 2 turns. This is going to be one hell of a spiral combo. Alright. Alright. Check this TF out. Alright. Darkwing Duck once again is showing up. They are on spirals. They are going first. We have the Ash Blossom to deal with any maximum C's our opponent has. The Illusion of Chaos, the premier spiral extender. We also have Assault, which is a great card to send off of the Magician's Souls we're bound to get. Resort to be any spiral card. And Called by the Grave for the second Maximilian C. Let's see how this all turns out. Starting with Spiral Resort, that'll keep our other spiral cards from being targeted. We are grabbing Quick Fix, perfect for getting our spiral gears. We're going to use Illusion of Chaos to put Magician's Souls. No, we are putting the Assault on into our deck. Interesting. We'll send Master Plan for Souls, normal summon Quick Fix, get Big Red. We're going to summon back the Master Plan with Big Red. Use its effect to get the Assault. Okay, makes sense. We'll send it to Graveyard and the Big Red. Well, important note, Big Red may look like it sends the card to Graveyard. When it goes away, it does not. It's independent. We're going to link away our Magician's Soul for Link Rebo, and we're going to link our 2 Spiral Monsters for Double Helix, the card that changed the archetype. Because Master Plan is sent to the Graveyard, we can add a Quick Fix and a Resort from deck to hand. Quick Fix will use its effect, pitching another Quick Fix to summon itself, using its effect to add a Spiral Gear from deck to hand. We're going to Utility Wire. We use Assault from Graveyard to summon a Spiral from our hand. It is Drone. We use its effect to rearrange the top card of our opponent's deck. We get Burial, and we're going to use Super 8. Now that we know the top card of their deck, send back Master Plan. Use its effect. The Quick Fix that we sent to Graveyard will discard to summon it out. And then we'll overlay them for Recital Starling. Use its effect to detach a card to add Slower Swallow. Hold the... Okay. What? If 2 or more monsters at the same level are on the field, you can special summon this card. You don't have it yet. You can only special summon this card to the field for turn. You can tribute this card to draw 2 instead of 1 for your normal draw during your next turn. So anyway, we activated another resort because the effective resort is not once per turn. We're going to search for a Spiral Super Agent. We know the top card of their deck, so that is still alive. We're going to link off the Recital Starling and the Link Rebo for a Barricade Borg Blocker, a great card for recycling stuff. Link Rebo is going to trade out the gear for itself, and that is Master Plan, Barricade Borg, and Link Rebo. We're not using Barricade Borg's effect. We are going to make Curious the Lightsworn Dominion, another card that has survived in Master Duel when it has been slain in the TCG. We are sending Recover, because we're going to be ending up emptying out our extra something fierce. We are going to banish a rescue from the graveyard and summon back a Spiral from the graveyard. It's Master Plan, which is going to search us another rescue. We're going to pitch it to get a Quick Fix, and we're going to summon the other Quick Fix. Those are 2 monsters with the same level, so we get Slower Swallow onto the board. We're going to overlay both of those Quick Fixes for a Princess Sprite. Attached material on the top card of our deck is a Cross-Eyed Designator. That's a free draw. We're going to link Curious and Slower Swallow. We're not using it for its effect. We're using it to summon out Nightmare Griffin. Now, unlinked special summon monsters cannot activate their effects. We're going to pitch the Spiral Super Agent to get back an infinite permanence. We're going to link all of these monsters off for an Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. They are linked now because the bow is pointing to the Griffins. Their effects are both live. We're going to use another rescue from the graveyard. Once again, not once per turn. Summon back our Super Agent. We're going to pitch a Gamma to summon back Quick Fix, and we're going to link off the Double Helix and the Quick Fix for a Tri-Gate Wizard. Co-link count is at 2. Rescue is going to ban itself from the graveyard to get Double Helix. Co-link count is at a 3. We're going to use Drone, banishing the Big Red to put the Spiral Super Agent back in our hand. We're going to activate the effect. We know it's that Fool's Burial from beforehand. We're going to special summon it. We're going to special summon the Recover. Hey, those are 2 Earth monsters. One's a tuner, one's a level 4 Earth monster. What can it possibly be? It's Naturia Beast. Now our opponent will not be activating any spell cards. They'll be lucky if they have any monster effects. Only ones in hand will activate. And guess what? We can knock out 3 of them. And we have an Omni Negate thanks to Tri-Gate Wizard. Our opponent goes to battle phase after special summoning Kashtira Unicorn, but that's what the utility wire is for. And our opponent concedes knowing that they have messed up because they have crossed paths with the secret Agent Man. Did you know that I can play Flunderies with Spirals? Come on. Okay. Thank you very much. Chibi Gohan has also sent in a replay. We're going to watch that replay too. Let's watch that. 645, 699, 345. Playing the GOAT format event. Now, we had some pretty fun games with GOAT format just now. This is about a 5-turner. We'll see how that goes. Absolutely. Also, hi Idolatry VA. I'm glad that you got to walk in while I was doing my slurs. Now I got another replay after this. Hey, fine by me. Alright. We are going first. We are playing the GOAT format. Chibi Gohan has started with Nimble Mamanga, a pretty good defensive card going first. It'll get us a lot of life points and a lot of bodies, which we can presumably use to tribute summon for Zaborg. Takes care of a monster on board. We have Chaos Sorcerer, which is going to be a bit difficult to utilize without another Dark monster to go along with our Zaborg. Snatch Steal will also be a fantastic card because we can just tribute off whatever we steal, and the Swords of Concealing Light will be able to test a future board. We're going to draw for turn, as is the way here. Drawing Solemn Judgment. What a powerful card this format. Setting that in the manga, our opponent sets a card in normal summons yellow gadget, getting green gadget. They're on Gadget Gaming. They'll go to the battle phase, attack over the Nimble Mamanga, which is exactly what we wanted you to do. We'll get 1,000 life points, summon 2 more Mamangas, and they will pass over to us. Chibi Gohan, for turn, draws Giant Germ! We're going to use Snatch Steal to take the gadget, but they are going to use Raigeki Break to pop their only yellow gadgets. But we are chaining Solemn Judgment to stop the Raigeki. I'm concerned for our opponent here, but it's fine. We use the Solemn Judgment, paying half our life points, stop the Raigeki Break. We take the yellow gadget, tribute summon the Zaborg to pop our own Mamanga and then attack directly for 2,400 damage. To pass over to our opponent's turn, they draw, they saw 5 cards in hand. They have a red gadget. We also know they have a green gadget, so they're a little gadget dogged. Oh, creature swap. Now, having the additional monster means that it's going to be difficult to actually use the creature swap to get the power monster. And, oh, they really missequenced that. They really should have smashed and ground before they swapped. We're going to set a Giant Germ. Zaborg will attack over their own Nimble Mamanga, gaining 1,000 life points for Chibi, and that about does it. Yeah, that's about what I would have expected from GOAT format. Anyway, Living Shadow has one for us right here. Let's go ahead and check this out. And that is their, we have several replays. Z, what is the, which one do we want to take a look at here? Top one, okay. Wait, hold up. Z? You want me to sit through the 25-turn GOAT game? This better be the coolest GOAT game I've ever seen in my life. If this is 10 turns of having to pass because 2 people have 2 big butts on board, I'm throwing you into the device. I'm throwing you into the chess matrix. I'm just being a goofy. Okay, so Living Shadow goes first. They draw Metamorphosis for a turn. They've got double Luster Dragon, really good normal summon. Tribe Infecting Virus, now that's a board wipe. Backer removal, very important. And Horus's Servant, which we have seen from our own experience, is a card we contribute to summon, I must assume, Thousand Eyes Restrict. Let's see how it goes. Normal summon Luster, set MST. That's about the best One of the best turns you can have in GOAT format. Our opponent Swords of Revealing Lights, but we're going to chain the MST right now to stop it. Alright, they are also going to continue. It still resolves the effect because it's a normal spell card, but it's not in the field anymore. Oh, the Snatch Steal. Really should have kept the MST for that just in case. Our opponent now has a lesser fiend because of the tribute summoning, dealing 2,100 points of damage. We draw for turn. We're going to normal summon Tribe Infecting Virus, pitching a Force, picking Fiend for the card that you destroy and attacking directly for 1,600. That's a pretty good reversal of fortune. Let's see what our opponent has in response. Nothing. They're going to set a card. We're going to cross out Designators, the top deck. Oh my god, and it was a Dekoichi! Oh! 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 Ah, that... I wasn't even in that game, and that stings. Not only do you banish the monster if it's a flip one, you also banish all copies of that. We're gonna normal summon a Luster Dragon and going for another 1,600, 900 for 3,500 total. Our opponent has 4 cards left. How will this resolve? Not very well. They're going to set a card. We're going to go Call the Haunted. We're going to attack into Magician of Faith. They're going to get back the Swords of Revealing Light. No! We can do 16 here, but it's not enough to close the game out. It looks like we're going to be stuck here for a little longer. I'm going to set a card, play Swords of Revealing Light. And now we're just going to have to hold on. We draw our own Magician of Faith. We'll set that because why the we commit to anything here. Our opponent draws. They play Polymerization, fusing Red Eyes Black Dragon, the Dark Exfield fusion. That looks like Meteor Black Dragon. One of the strongest monsters. And they're going to Magician of Faith using their Nobleman of Cross out, banishing all of your copies of Magician of Faith. Oh, how the turns have tables. Meteor Black Dragon, the strongest card in Forbidden Memories, will attack over our Tribe Infecting Virus, so it can't retaliate. We'll normal summon a Horus and metamorphoses away into Thousand Eyes Restrict, taking the MBD, and we'll go to Battle Phase. We can't attack still because of the Swords of Revealing Light. We'll go to End Phase. They just draw a card. We'll go back to our turn. Pot of Greed! Wow! We'll also Fusular, the dual mode beast, and then we will metamorphosis it away for King Dragon. We'll use its effect, especially when a dragon from our hand. It is twin-headed behemoth. That is the end of Swords of Revealing Light. We are on turn 14. Storm and Lord doesn't have much time left. Thousand Eyes Restrict is stolen with change of card attacking the dragon. We'll have to give it back because it's only temporary. It's now the final turn of the duel. We'll activate our own copy of Change of Heart, steal our opponent's Magician of Faith, call the Haunted back to Fusular Beast at full power because it was not normal summon. We'll use Thousand Eyes Restrict to get over the Force Raider and end the game with nothing because of Thousand Eyes Restrict. Oh no, it's a 25 turn game. I forgot. We're only barely halfway through. Our opponent gets back their set monster. We draw Horus, level 6, we'll tribute summon for it, go to Battle Phase, we'll attack into it with the, no! Oh, they're going to Snatch Steal instead? Oh, I was so sure they were going to get back to the Swords of Forbidden Light. I guess it wouldn't matter because Horus is unaffected by spell effects. They'll go back to their turn, they'll activate the Snatch Steal. Who will they take? They're going to take permanently the Thousand Eyes Restrict. They're going to attack over the Twin-Headed Behemoth for 2,000 damage. And none of the other monsters can attack. Twin-Headed Behemoth will come back, so we can't retaliate against it, even if we could. It's a 3,500 attack, but we're gaining 1,000 attack every turn that we get that card. But Snatch Steal destroys all spell and trap cards on the field. We go to the Battle Phase. Oh, we still can't attack because we have the Thousand Eyes Restrict. No, our opponent draws a card, does nothing, passes back to us. It's kind of on us to figure out a way to get this Thousand Eyes Restrict off the board, because if they commit a monster, that's just giving them more attack power to use. They'll draw, they'll pass, we get level up. We are going to tribute our level 6 Horus for level 8 Horus. Now we can negate all spell activations. It's Naturia Beast before Naturia Beast was even alive. For turn, we draw Metamorphosis. We activate Premature Burial, bringing back our Tribe Infecting Virus. Virus will use it declaring Spellcaster to destroy the Thousand Eyes Restrict and finally attack it for game! That's awesome. Thank you for watching. No, thank you for showing. Trust me, I was trying to be facetious. I was trying to be over the top. I didn't mind. That was that was great. I love that. Okay, first off, Knight C asked for me to get a little fist bump from Raviel. Let me go ahead and get that shimmering scraper here. Thank you, Knight C. All right. Next up, it is Kudon 136-884-993. Bado, Badumbare, Kudon. Replay. Up against Suze. Apologies that my pet deck is cringe. Well, I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much. I would show my ghost trick tonight. Oh, wow. I'm sure that's an exciting game. Wink. Alright. Kudon is up against Suze. Now, this hand may look like we're playing Super Heavy Samurai, but if you squint your eyes a bit, you might see the Sharnga Blackwing monster that's hiding in the depths. Are we perhaps looking at Super Heavy Samurai Blackwing? This hand is about as cracked as it gets. The only issue is that we're not going first. Soul Peacemaker would go really well with the Scarecrow we can make off of the Soul Piercer. We could spend the searches actually getting monsters we want instead of monsters that we need. The Scales works perfectly with the Soul Piercer once we can summon it out of our hand. Probably should be the best when we have it in the deck. And Soul Gaia Horn, Soul Gaia Booster, not only makes a monster a tuner, but can also act as a free level 4 material for a ton of different summons. Sharnga, I'm not sure what a lot of the Blackwing cards do right now. If a monster with 2,000 or more attack is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand, which, you know, it doesn't care who has it. And we can get some pretty big monsters in here, even though we're a defense-based deck. If you control a Blackwing Synchro, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target a face-up card your opponent controls and destroy it as a quick effect. Wow, you can only use that effect once per turn, but just one piece of removal can be the difference. The fact that Pot of Greed does not have an animation is criminal. I gotta... Alright, starting. Our opponent is Deep Sea Diva into Nebdibus. Are we going to see Mermails? They're going to send Atlantean Dragoons for a heavy infantry, I think that is. And then Atlanteans will search out a Lapis Dragon, which is added from deck to hand, so it will be special summoned. A level 5 monster, not to be underestimated. We'll sync the level 2. No, we're not syncing. We're linking into Abyss Lacia. We're going to set a card and end the turn. Okay, I think we got this. Special summon these Scales because they have 2 monsters. They will chain the Lacia, pitching the heavy infantry, getting Abyss Megalo, and this will activate infantry. Oh my goodness, they do not know what they wrought. They will activate their set impermanence to stop the wagon. Oh lord. Oh lord, they just don't know. They just don't know. We'll equip the Soul Piercer to the monster before linking it off with the Scarecrow. That basically gets us a free search. As if we'd summoned it, we will get the Motorbike. We'll pitch it to search any of our super heavy cards. It's Wakaushi, and we are in full combo! We'll put Monk Benkei in Scales. We'll use Wakaushi to pitch the Sharnga to get the Scales back. It didn't use its effect, so we will get back the Soul Piercer, and we are going to Synchro Summon 4 tuner, 8 non-tuner, Steam Train King! Now that's the power that Gong was looking for! That's the strong right there! Now Wakaushi's gonna go back to our Pendulum Scale while Soul Piercer gets us Trumpeter. Then we'll use Scarecrow, pitching our Soul Gaia Booster to get back that boost, our Piercer. We'll equip the Peacemaker to the Piercer to summon out Battle Ball. Hey, Battle Ball! We're gonna get help from the deck. We'll use Monk to search out a Soul Gaia booster. We're going to activate Soul Gaia booster, equip it to our Battle Ball, and then we'll special summon it out there. And we're not even going to use the effect. We're going to do a level 8 synchro for shooting Doji. We don't even need any back row to destroy him. We're going to special summon Trumpeter, locking us into Super Heavy, but that ain't so much care. So we're going to sink them both up into our new Super Heavy Samurai Commander, Shinawo. We're going to go to battle phase using its effect to special summon the shooting Doji. Steam Train King will attack over Laisha for a huge chunk of damage. Laisha will activate, sending infantry to graveyard, and then we'll summon out the other infantry. We'll use their effect to pop our Steam Train King, but that ain't no much better. Shinawo will attack over that monster. We'll pass back over to our opponent. Oh, they've tributed over our monster for Gamma Seal, the Sea Turtle Kaiju, sending 2 monsters for the summon of Abyss Megalo. Looks like this game is far from over. Because it was summoned by its own effect, it'll grab Abyss Scale of Mizuchi, the spell card negating a equipped card that makes Megalo something fierce to fight against. We'll also bring back Fishborg, launching its effect and tribute it with a double attack. It's gonna run over Shoot Doji and our Scarecrow. Doesn't do no damage because we don't got any spells and traps in the graveyard, but it does mean we can't use whatever we draw to summon out a monster. We draw Stealthy, normal summon it. That way we can use Monk's effect to search out a card, but that just interacts with the Mizuchi, so it's negated. We'll tribute the Stealthy to get their Imperm, switch Gamma Shield to defense position and bide our time. Even though the Heavy Strong Dojo does not use Spell and Trap cards, we will use our opponent's Spell and Trap cards. They normally summon one of their Abyss... Their monsters to synchro summon for Adamancipator Risen, which represents a spell and trap negate. Hey, that shouldn't work against us. That's unfair. They'll tribute the Abyss Laisha they summoned back to get Megalo's double attack, and then they'll use we'll use Imperm to counteract it. However, that's what the Risen is for. They'll stop the Imperm, so now their Megalo is a double attack, but that doesn't seem to do much. Oh, they're digging for a rock monster so they can bounce the Gamma Seal back to their own hand, but they don't find a single solitary one. Probably should have waited a bit before committing to that tribute play, huh? We get Wakaushi, we'll normal summon it, and then we'll use Monk to search out a card, but they're gonna use Risen Dragite to negate it. Is it destroyed? It's also destroyed. But they have a level 8 monster. Wakaushi is a level 4 tuner. We're making Super Heavy Samurai Brave Masarawo. We're going to put Wakaushi in the scales. It may be 2 8 scales, but it's still a good friend that we have on board. I do love having Yuya on hand to help out. Masarawo is going to attack over there, Mermail, but they're going to attack Tribute over Masarawo again. Ridley's going to attack over Gamma Seal. They're going to attack directly with Abyss Spike, but that's what Helper is for. We're going to banish that to summon back the Steam Train King! They're gonna attempt to bounce it back to our hand by looking for a rock monster in the top 5 cards of their decks, but they will not find that card! Because we got the power of the Super Heavies. We'll simply draw a card, go to battle phase, and Steam Train King will attack over their Risen Dragat for game. And that's what it means to be a part of the Super Heavy Dojo. Kudon, thank you so much for showing that off. The moment I saw Steam Train King, I knew this was going to be a fun game. Baron Kai. Yeah, this is a replay. I'm doing replay stuff right now. We're a little past stream stuff, but you know, heck, I have fun reacting to all your replays. So if you have any more about the only time I actually like Super Heavy Samurai in this game, that was crazy. I loved it too. I have one, but it's more of an objective. What does that mean? Could you elaborate on what you mean by that? Yeah, we're in a very jank deck, and I love it. No meta build for me. Summoning 2 boss monsters in 1 duel. Is that like a replay that you had, or is it a mission for me to do that? Okay, what? If you have the points for a replay, or if someone wants to donate points for a replay, we can take a look at that. I'm gonna give it a little bit. Otherwise, we're gonna end stream pretty soon because it's been past 4 hours. By the way, the Blackwing is because I have full armor masters and I can plan. That makes sense. Hey, yep, there it is. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got. 854 232 211. Badap. Badap. Berenkai. Alright. Let's take a look at this one, why don't we? Ooh. Okay. Alright. I guess I gotta watch the Ojama deck, huh? Okay. Alright. Baron Kai is going second. We are opening with Ojama Green, Black, Blue, Duo, and Ojamash. Our opponent is playing a vastly more interesting deck with a series of not as annoying monsters, the Dark Magicians. Let's go ahead and see how they set up their first turn. They're going to set to activate Tamiya, sending Dark Magician Girl to the graveyard and ending their turn. That's unfortunate, to say the least. We're drawing another Ojama match. We'll be playing that, pitching the Ojama Duo for Ojama Red and Armed Dragon Thunder level 7. We'll normal the Ojama Red and special summon Green, Black, and Blue. We'll go to main phase. We were already in main phase. We're just doing that earlier. They're going to magic... Okay. I know, like, logically, that play made sense. If you were allowed to crash the Ojama Blue in there, you get 2 Ojama cards from your deck. Like, I get that, but when you have to use your magic cylinder on a 0 attack monster, just wait for them to commit something bigger. Good lord! Link Core? Sorry, you just skulls red because they all had different names. Draw 4, put back 3, activate Union Hanger to grab B Buster Drake. Wait a sec. Baron Kai might actually be playing the most base deck. We'll see. Might actually be the best thing in the entire game. They'll special summon the B Buster Drake. This will activate Union Hanger. This will equip them with Union Driver. That's good. We'll banish the Union Driver to equip with a different union. It's going to be Assault Core, and it'll summon itself. get an extra bonus. We will overlay for Dugaris the Timeless. Activate Saryuja, it gets boosted. Dugaris, we're going to pitch 2 to draw 2, pitching Fusion Tag, and ending our turn. That's it. We are getting no draws next turn. Our opponent draws Dark Burning Magic. That doesn't do much, but neither does attacking over the Dugaris with the Tamiya. Like, what else is it going to do? Our turn is get the draw phase, go to standby, Ojama Duo. We'll summon back an Ojama. We'll summon 2 Ojamas from deck. I always forget that it summons from deck. We'll go to battle phase, crash the Ojama below from the Tamiya to get 2 Ojama cards. One is Ojama Simulation, the other is Ojama Match. We'll activate Ojama Match in the battle phase. We're going to send the pink to graveyard, getting back the blue, and we're going to get in the Armed Dragon Thunder level 7. We'll use the free normal summon on blue to attack again into the Tamiya to get another search. The Royal Ojama Simulation and Ojama Pajama are our searches. Skull Dread will summon out the Armed Dragon level 7, and they have completed the first challenge in summoning out the coolest monster in the entire game. Ojama Simulation will reveal ABC Dragon Buster to summon out B, A, and C cores. That's right, the back trio. Activate Ojama Match. We're going to take those banished Ojamas, shuffle them into the deck, and draw 1 card. It is X-Head Cannon. 7 will pitch the X-Head, sending itself to graveyard for Armed Dragon level 10 Thunder. Another Royal. We're going to banish all of those for ABC Dragon Buster. It'll boost the Buster. We'll activate Ojama Simulation. That is not once per turn. We'll banish 3 Ojamas to summon X-Head, White Dragon, Z-Metal Tank. We will banish all of those to summon XYZ Dragon Cannon, and then banish both to make A to Z Dragon Buster Cannon. Ojama Simulation will banish itself to get 3 Ojamas back into our deck and draw a single card. It's Ojama Black. We will play DDR, pitching the Ojama Black to bring back the banished XYZ Dragon Cannon. Fusion Tag will make Saryuja into VWXYZ, making VWXYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon. They'll banish the level 7 and that to summon Armed Dragon Catapult Cannon! The best card in the entire game! Their normal summoning Spellbook of Prophecy, that's not gonna matter. We banish Ojama Yellow and get rid of all their monsters and their entire graveyard. Get it out of here. Oh, and also none of those effects will ever be activated ever. They'll activate Spellbook of Secrets, get Spellbook of Knowledge, and end their turn staring directly into the eyes of death itself as we go directly to the main phase, attack with A to Z for 43, and Dragon Catapult for 35, ending it with Monjomi Thunder! Now, that was the game. Baron Kai, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Never underestimate it again. I'm very sorry for underestimating you. It will happen again. Okay. We also got a replay request from Satchel. 909-021-933. Oh, different account. Okay. No worries. Okay. Only public one, Nas. Alright. Alright. Open up the satchels, showing up with another clean replay. Let's see what we got. So, our starting hand, it looks like we've got some kind of Monadium Visas nonsense happening here. We've got the Meek, we've got the Visas to pop it, Rhoda for any of our main deck heart monsters, Triple Tactics for any opponent shenanigans, and a Scareclaw Arrival, which will get back either the Vsauce or a Scareclaw. But we're going second against Nas. We'll see what they have to say about Joel Faster. Bestial Lubellion, hey, I'm already rooting for our opponent. They're getting the Royal Magnamut. Ooh! We'll activate Fusion Deployment to activate a revealing Gronguin Ult to summon Artesia. Activate Artesia to summon it and the Saranir they had in hand for Gronguin Ult, the Dusk Dragon. We'll be activating its effect and Saranir in sequence. The branded card that we are sending from deck to graveyard is Retribution. Makes sense. GoldenNova will send Albion Shrouded, which will send the branded fusion to graveyard. We will use Retribution. I have had to do this line more times than I care to admit to get my hands on branded fusion, and here they are activating it for all to see, sending Tragedy and Albaz for Lubellion, the Searing Dragon. They'll activate their effects in sequence. Lubellion will pitch an Albaz in hand, and Tragedy will search as a Despian monster. Which one could it possibly be? My money's on Quem. Hey! That's right. We haven't even normal summoned yet, isn't that funny? Lubellion will shuffle itself and the Albaz into the deck and extract to make Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, very strong card. The normal summon Quem, sending a branded loss from deck to graveyard. Then we'll use Magnum banishing the Saronir to summon itself and get us a dragon during the end phase, and then we will trade it off for Bestial Lubellion. Now, because they sent the loss, they're probably going to get the trap card, Branded Beast, which effectively gets us a branded continuous dollar trap card from our graveyard. So we'll get the loss, and we're going to search out a, I think that was another Magnum Moose, or a Druid Swarm. It was a Druid Swarm. Okay, activating Rodent to get Rise Riem Heart. Riem Heart will activate its effect to get us Menadium Imagination. This will Planet Clan will activate, but they will tribute the Rebellion with Branded Beast to top that card, so we do not get the search. We will special summon the Menadium Meek. Kind of good, actually, that they popped. No, we don't have anything in the graveyard, so it actually would not have conflicted. Never mind. Anyway, we will summon the Menadium Meek, and then Imagining will grab us some cards. We'll use these to pop the Menadium Meek. Summoning it. A monster was summoned by a monster's effect, so Gronguino will activate its effect, special summoning a Despia from the main X deck, or a Dogmatica from the main deck. I don't know which words I said there correctly or not. This will trigger Quem to summon an Albaz from graveyard. It'll summon pitching the Druid Swarm, using with the Thesis to make Albion the branded dragon. That'll start a fusion chain. With Branded Lost on the field, there is nothing we can do at this point. We are locked in. We are grabbing Springgan's kit, and the fusion that we are going to make involves Albaz and Magnamut, and we are going to make a Lubellion, the Searing Dragon. We'll make another fusion. We are pitching the kit that we just searched, shuffling back the Gronguino and Spawn of Albaz to make a Predaplant Dragos Tapelia, a Dark Entity fusion. That was a monster effect, though, so on a new chain, we'll activate Triple Tactics talent, but they will chain the Mirror Jade after they see that we'll be taking the monster. They're going to banish the Menadium Riem Heart, and then Triple Tack is going to take the Dragos Tapelia. But this will trigger Lulu Lilith to negate a face-up monster's effect on the field, but we will chain with the Dragos Tapelia we just stole, basically eating each other's negate. We will now continue by using Scareclaw Arrival to bring back the beast and then switching it off into Scareclaw Light Heart, also Royal! Delicious, yum yum yum! But we had the Mercurier in hand the entire time, so we will not be searching for the Scareclaw Planet, but that's not going to stop us from special summoning the Rykart that we had in hand, because we have a Scareclaw on board. We'll grab Arrival and Tashira Scareclaw, who will sync into Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon and bring back the Menadium Meek, and we will sync the Dragos Tapelia, not Gas Dragon, and our level 2 into Sovereign Supreme Sheng Ying with all these banished cards. Pretty profitable. We're going to summon that Scareclaw Kashtira, because the card was banished. We're going to banish the card from their field and from their graveyard. This will trigger, however, the Mirror Jade, so our board is going to get exploded during the end phase. But Sheng Ying, I don't think he's going to mind. We're going to link summon Cross Sheep, banish a couple of cards to make Astro Loud, one of the most powerful cards that we have at our disposal, also Royal Rare. Its effect is going to pop the Lubellion, and Cross Sheep is going to summon a level 4 or lower monster from our graveyard, and summon the Menadium Meek again. We're going to synchro summon our monsters together for the Bestial Dissipator, using its effect to summon our opponent's Mirror Jade. We can't possibly use the effect, right? We'll activate Scareclaw Arrival, summoning back the Scareclaw Kashtira to the Scareclaw monster. Astrolab's going to attack Lulu for 2,800 damage. Our Dissipator's going to attack over that Albion. Sheng Ying's going to attack over the Quem. And it looks like with 300 life points left, we will attack with the 700 attack Cross Sheet before their Mirror Jade is resolved. Now, that's what I call a sticky wicket. Also, hey, Tabani, how's it going? Excellent game. You know, sometimes you see your home team lose and you still gotta give it to the other guy because they rocked it. Okay. I think that's about everything that I have in the tank, unless anyone has any other replay requests. I'm glad I got to show you Nova my replay. Hey, I'm glad that you got to share it. Going pretty meant to stop by a while ago and say that commissions are live. That is true. I need to get the money together to commission to I've been wanting to commission them for ages, ever since. So I need to find them. I need to find them money. Visas versus Brand is a lit match, though. Oh, yeah, the Battle of the Lore is good. Okay, so I am going to begin the process of wrapping up the stream. And hopefully no one interrupts me with anything. That would be very rude. You can find me at all these following places. The Discord is right there. You can hang out with everyone. My YouTube is where I post everything, including the new Umi Explained. An almost hour long. Actually, no, it is more than an hour long video about not just the Mako Tsunami cards, but every Umi-related card in the game. If you want to learn anything that card has touched, felt, consumed, or splashed, that's the video for you. My Twitter is also there. If you wanted to be knowledgeable about when I was going live for something like this, that's the place where you would go to do it. And my Patreon, where you can get to see my videos live, including that Umi thing. There is also a supercut of all of the Albaz lore videos, 4 hours of ad-free Albaz lore for you to consume. That's probably gonna turn into a real video at some point, but for now it's just for patrons. Yeah, Inner Crescent, I'm very sorry, you missed everything. I'm really just doing my end of stream wrap-up stuff. We did customs, we rated all the greater polymerization cards. Oh, speaking of which, if you want to see that early, because that's going to be a video, so if you want to see the video version of that one, that's also for, early for patrons. I know, I'm sad too. I love hanging out with you, so it's, but you know, hey, all good. Are you streaming soon? Are you about to begin the process? I am an hour, so oh, okay. My apologies. I don't think I can stick around for an hour. But I hope you have good on your I hope you do good on your stream when it goes live. Okay. Well, I'll take a look at who to rate in just a second. Oh, hey, GoldenNova, I'm here from your dual terminal lore vids. Noble Winters, thank you so much. Those are the ones that I love making, especially the dual terminal ones. Those ones are my pride and joy. So thank you for stopping by and for following. I super appreciate it. I'm very sad that I'm wrapping up the stream right now, but thank you for following. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. Who's your favorite GX side character? Oh man, I don't even know if I care about anyone from GX. I think it's just like, does Sartorius count as a side character? Because I like his energy. Either that or Astra Phoenix for being just a little jackass. It's kind of between those two. Anyway, so that's where you can find most of my stuff, and then of course, as one usually does at the end of a show, whether it be at the Ren Fair or at your local theater, I'm putting out the tip hat if you have any extra money and would love to help the channel keep going, or if you just appreciate it and want to show your appreciation. That tipping link gets that money directly to me as much as possible, as opposed to other platforms. And things have been tight coming out of the new year, so anything that you can give would be greatly appreciated. But of course, if you cannot, please do not think that I do not think any less of you. I really am glad and blessed to have you here, just watching all my nonsense. It means a lot. So, I like Adrian Gecko. Inner Crescent, if you like Adrian, then you're about to love an episode coming up in the next couple of weeks. Okay, I have done my usual nonsense. Let's see who we're rating today. Who is doing stuff? Wait, I said I wanted to know who I'm following who's streaming right now. Come on. And then it stopped doing it. I don't like that. Okay, I'm starting to get the glitchy the glitchy raid screen. Anyway, Junk was here a while ago. Junk's doing a masochist challenge run. Let's go ahead and give the Junk Man his due. All right, folks. Oh my God, this video that he has looking terrible. Not video. This deck is looking terrible. That's a true masochist stuff. Inner Crescent, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you ever so much. I super appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. No. I have to send this over to Junk quickly before I explode. Folks, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow for more custom cards in the future. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye!